To our December 14th Douglas County Board of Commissioners business meeting. I want to welcome those of you who are with us here in the old historic county courthouse, and also folks who may be joining us online, and just want to share a bit of information about public comment to get us started. As I briefly mentioned before the meeting began, each action item on the agenda will offer an opportunity for relevant public comment about that topic. So we ask that you wait until that agenda item is here. And we've had a presentation and an opportunity for questions from commissioners, and then we'll open that up for public comment. Additionally, near the start of the meeting, we will have general public comment, which is an opportunity for anybody to provide their comments regarding general county business that's not on today's agenda. All public comments will be limited to 3 minutes. And Sarah over here, if you're in the courthouse with us or in front of the computer screen, will provide some time guidelines for you. We ask that you state your name and Douglas County residence for the meeting minutes. And we'll first call on folks who are here in person with us, then we'll turn to people online. Just a reminder for anybody who's on Zoom, please plan to use the raise your hand function and wait for staff to call on you. And also a note for folks who are joining us online, if visual aids are used during any of the presentations, the presenter will be sharing their screen. So know that you will not be able to view that if you don't have a computer or smartphone with you, but all materials are published online, and there's agenda packets for each of the items on our agenda that you can review separately. And a recording of this meeting will be available on our YouTube page and website. Okay, looks like we're starting with the consent agenda tonight. Does either commissioner wish to remove anything for further discussion or questions?
Yes, this is Commissioner Kelly. Just 1.7. I've got a quick question for staff.
Okay. Anything from you, Commissioner William? Okay. I'm going to entertain a motion for the rest of the remaining items.
Make a motion to approve the consent agenda items 1 through 6 and 8, 9, and 10.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Commissioner Kelly, did you want to ask your questions first?
Yeah, my question just real quick. The last meeting, we had Kansas Holistic Defenders here, and Westlaw was one of the things they were asking for. I don't know if we considered that. It just occurred to me in rereading the packet this afternoon, if that was something we considered or not.
Brooke Sowers, our finance manager, is joining the panel, but I think this was an intent to consolidate two existing county contracts and not necessarily engage a
Third,
contract that is not being held by the county at this time. But if that's something the commission wishes for us to look into, we certainly can.
yeah, I don't know that it's something that I just didn't know if KHD could use that same license, or this is
You don't have to pay by the license.
by
so
the
you have to add it
license.
to
Okay.
them. But-
So we could just do a separate contract for the other licenses.
Or my assumption is KHD already has that. We could look if there was some value in consolidation in terms of pricing, if that's what the commission wants us to do.
I appreciate those questions, Commissioner Kelly. This is Commissioner Reed. I wonder also with maybe a conversation further into the spring also with bids coming and what they're assuming that they also have a subscription and whether or not there is any price consolidation that's possible countywide.
Okay.
Does that bring up any questions for you, Commissioner William? Okay. Since we pulled this, we'll go ahead and open it up for public comment. Does anybody wish to provide public comment on the consent agenda item 1.7? Anybody who has an agenda in front of them? Okay, has anybody raised their hand online? All right, we'll close public comment, bring that back for a motion.
Motion to authorize purchase of Westlaw subscription for 5 years through West Publishing Corporation for District Attorney and District Court in the amount not to exceed $139,122.
Commissioner Kelly, I'm going to ask you to speak a little closer to your
Yeah,
microphone. So thank you.
Get a little better. And let me make the right, I'm going to withdraw that motion and make another motion to authorize staff to access the state of Kansas contract pricing and execute an agreement with West Publishing Corporation in the amount not to exceed $139,122 for Westlaw subscription services over the next 5 years.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Great, thank you. that, we'll move on to general public comment. Jill, could I ask you to grab that sign up sheet for me? That's okay, thank you. And just since a few folks have walked in since the beginning of the meeting, I'll just give a quick recap that all general public comment is limited to 3 minutes, and we ask that you state your name and Douglas County residence for the record. I have Amy signed up.
Hi, I'm Amy. I live in Lawrence. I just want to say, I know it's already passed and everything, and we're going to have 5 commissioners. Well, I just want to say that you guys are going to have to share the wealth, and so more money is going to be going out. And I mean, you all have other jobs, so that's good. And when I say that, I mean even cost of living. I don't think you should get a cost of living raise as a county commissioner, because you're going to have 2 more people pulling the weight with you guys. And that's all I really wanted to say on this.
Thank you, Amy. Does anybody else here wish to provide general public comment that did not get a chance to sign up? Go ahead and come forward. The microphone's already on, so you can speak once you get up there.
If I'm understanding things correctly, we don't comment again after the presentation on the crisis center.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I may have misspoke or not been clear enough. Once we have the presentation about that agenda item, commissioners will be able to ask some questions, and then we open it up for public comment
Oh.
and then have further discussion. So thank you. Okay, one last call for general public comment in the House. Seeing none, any virtual hands? Okay, close general public comment and move right into our regular agenda item. And first up this evening, we have County Commission redistricting. Sarah?
Commissioners, County Clerk Jamie Shu, we're moving him into the panel. Attached to the County Commission packet are some additional maps, and basically we just open the floor up for questions or concerns from the commission and questions for the clerk.
Yeah.
Battery, but maybe I'll just leave it on. All right, well, I'll go ahead and open this up to my fellow commissioners first to see if any questions that are top of mind for Jamie, or just maybe fellow commissioners too.
If Jamie doesn't mind, just for the purpose of any public that have not been part of the conversation up until now, to just cover kind of what the law states in terms of what we are able to do and what we are not able to do and what we're tasked with in terms of making the 5 districts.
Sure. So you have to pass a map by January 1st of this year to split into 5 districts. The 5 districts have to be as close to equal as possible in population, with about a 5% deviation. The 3 sitting commissioners have to stay in their own districts, so you can't be moved into another district. And then we are to keep those districts about as compact and contiguous as possible. So you can't split a district one side of the county to the other side of the county. The preference is to keep the districts, try to keep townships as whole as possible, and try not to split precincts. We can split precincts, but it creates more ballot styles and can create voter confusion. So kind of your general guidelines.
Thank you.
Jamie, I wonder, I noticed that you renamed the maps, and I just want to take an opportunity to speak about that, because a few folks in conversations in the last week have asked me which letter map correlates to cities or spokes is what I've been asked about specifically. So I think they've all maybe changed a little bit, if I'm not wrong. Maybe I am wrong, but we've changed some layers to the map. But if you can just speak to that a little bit, so for anybody who's been trying to compare the progression of them.
Right. I think the suggestion had been made to kind of make them ABC and not with kind of the more fancy names. Map A is cities. We did move a couple lines to kind of even out those numbers a little bit. And there were a couple precincts that that vote in a polling place that we kind of moved those precincts so that they don't have split polling places. So map A is this cities map. Map B is Spokes. Map C was Commissioner Willie's kind of the directional west, northeast, southeast map. And then maps D and E were submitted by Commissioner Kelly later last week.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Commissioner Kelly, you have any questions?
I don't have any questions really.
Okay. Commissioner. But yes, sorry, I should have thought about that. We can put
I
that.
can certainly throw the maps up on the screen if
Yes,
we need to.
I appreciate that, Sarah. Thank you. Commissioner Willie, do you have questions for Jamie?
I don't have any specific questions for Jamie at the moment. What I was kind of hoping, if commissioners are interested in this, is that we kind of narrow in like what are the main values that we need to have shown in the maps. I am probably don't find any of these maps to be quite close enough for a specific vote on a specific map. So I'm just putting that out there. I don't know how other commissioners feel about that. My hope would be that we define kind of those core values that that we've heard from the public and that we think are right for moving forward to 5 districts. And then that we, sorry, have another meeting next week when we otherwise would not have any other topics. And with only maps to choose from that follow those main values. Is that something that commissioners might be interested in, or a different tact?
Sure. No, I appreciate that approach and think that that we inevitably are going to have another meeting. We narrowed it down somewhat last week, but have additional ones. And I think now is sort of the nuanced discussion of where exactly those lines shall be. So my hope is that we are narrowed down maybe to 2 iterations that focus our conversation. My other hope for this evening is that we have some discussion about the recommendation to the governor about a special election versus a general election. So that's a main goal for me in tonight's discussion, but certainly would like to hear if anybody else.
I think that's fine. I think we do need to, it would be good to decide tonight on the special election versus general election. I'd like to hold a little bit of hope out that maybe we can get a map approved tonight, but maybe we can't. And so next week, but I do like sort of the values discussion. I think we have to talk a little bit about, you know, some things are just in conflict, you know, and if we're trying to do one thing, if you've played with the maps and you're trying to get the numbers right, it really becomes difficult if you're holding on to one value to get everything there. So I think we just have to sort of talk about that, and then if we could direct staff to maybe give us 1 or 2 options, or 3 options that we can choose from finally, that would be a good goal for this evening.
I mean, I certainly have thoughts, but I think my preference would be to hear from the public and before our discussion.
And if it's okay with commissioners, we have 2 new maps that I submitted late last week, and maybe I can just walk us through
That'd be great.
some of my thinking there. And I think it raised for me, as I did some of these, just some challenges, and it was a good exercise for me. I'll tell you, the way I started them was essentially starting with the 3 districts we have now and compressing them.
Can we have those maps
yeah.
displayed?
And I'm not really, I want to make sure the public is clear and my fellow commissioners are clear. I'm not proposing these maps. I was literally just sort of saying, like, here's another idea. I think, we'll wait till. So this is map D in the packet. One of the things we didn't see in any of the maps we've looked at so far is really bringing North Wakarusa, that Grant Township, into a district with Lecompton. That wasn't something that we've talked about. And so I was just sort of curious what that would look like. This would make Commissioner Reed's district now almost entirely incorporated. And I recognize that there's some folks that she represents who might not like that, right? And so again, this isn't necessarily a proposal. It was just an interesting thing. One of the challenges I had in doing this, cool. Keep trying here, was Eudora and Baldwin, and that's a real, if we do think those districts need separate cities, what happens is because of where Willow Springs is, it's tricky to connect those two. So you could run it all the way up on that west side there. And what happens is then Commissioner Reed's district goes into Eudora, and then we have this sort of isolated district down in Baldwin. And that became just a real challenge for me. And when I talk about sort of the ideas that compete against each other, that's one of the things is you really, if you're trying to create a district for Baldwin and a district for Eudora, and if that's something important to you, you run into some other issues with just sheer numbers and trying to get to that number. And so the second map, the E map, yeah. Was, I actually started by not having Baldwin and I started with having Baldwin and Eudora together, and I just couldn't get the numbers right. And so this was just an idea of creating a district around Eudora, and then Commissioner Reed's current district, District 2, excuse me, on that map, condensing that a little bit to see what would happen. There are just some ideas. I think the one that I struggled with that's still out there is C, which is that northwest. My count is of the 26 precincts that are currently in District 1, only 8 would remain. And that's really problematic for me as the commissioner that represents District 1. And so that's where I started with, let's start with, here's your district, and then subtract it from there until you get to the right number of people and then fill in. So this was just maybe creating some new districts in places we weren't thinking of creating new districts in. So those are just some more ideas, and I'm not certainly proposing one or the other. Just some background.
I appreciate that context, and I just some reactions to some of your comments. We'll sort of rewind. With the option C, I think that the more I look at that, well, it's interesting because for you, it radically changes your district. And it in some ways it maybe radically changes District 2, but in my purview, it sort of keeps District 3 quite the same. And so then when I think about sort of the equity of change and what it might look like in the sort of adjusted lines for each of us currently, and what those new district territories will look like, that I think that this map C achieves sort of separating Baldwin and Eudora, which is a value we've maybe heard from some people, but not necessarily a largely shared value. It's a little hard to gauge in our short timeline and in conversations about that, I think. But I will say that I think map C is not something that I love the most of. My reaction to the two new maps is primarily about that notion of Grant Township leaving my district, District 2, and becoming a part of, I believe it would be one of the new districts on that map. Am I remembering that right?
Yeah.
Okay. District 5, thank you. And I think my main reaction to that is not so much about, well, I do like the idea of keeping Grant Township, I would say in particular, because I am a North Lawrence resident now, and Grant Township is approximately a half a block away from my driveway at this point. So, that sort of geographic closeness feels like it matters a little bit. I'm not sure that it does, but more importantly, I think, North Lawrence and Grant Township are connected in a lot of ways. One of them being that Grant Township doesn't have their own volunteer fire department, and the LDCFM, Lawrence Fire supports them. And, you know, there's not a station north of the river, but that is supported by, Fire Station 1 in downtown Lawrence District. And so I feel like there's some connectedness there. And then geographically contiguous, while technically that northern section of the county, in terms of road access, the only road access to the other part of Douglas County is across the bridge into downtown Lawrence, through North Lawrence, across the bridge, into the rest of Douglas County. Otherwise, you have to go through other counties to drive and get to another bridge crossing. So I think that, and I'm curious if Jamie has any feedback or opinion about whether or not that meets that geographic contiguousness, but yeah, those are my reactions to that particular change. Commissioner Willie, do you have any thoughts or reactions to some of that description of Commissioner Kelly's maps?
Yeah, if we want to start down that, in terms of Grant Township, kind of looking at that, that was one of the things I had earmarked to talk about with commissioners in terms of value. And I think we'll maybe hear from the public some too about that. And, you know, I have had the opportunity to give a couple of lectures on Douglas County history. It's kind of a key interest of mine, and looking at how Douglas County developed at European settlement. And there are some just different geographies that follow the geology of how Douglas County has kind of been shaped the way it is. And one of those pieces would be North Lawrence and Grant Township, as used to be part of another county, and then was a later addition to Douglas County. And that may be not so much a vital point at the moment, but I do think that they are kind of linked in ways that I would kind of hate to see that be lost. And you're right about the fire department is one of those ways which that happens. So though I definitely think that this is the right time to bring other ideas and have those conversations. I appreciate Commissioner Kelly bringing forward a chance for us to talk about that, because that had kind of been missed up until now. One of the things that I notice kind of first off is when I think culturally about rural Douglas County, that I think that split is more east-west than it is north-south. And I think, so I was kind of trying to dive into like, why does it make me uncomfortable when I see an entirely southern Douglas County district? And I think it's because those development patterns and the neighborhoods that we have now in terms of communities of interest are quite different from east and west part of the rural district including that we have two larger cities on the east side of Douglas County and Lecompton, and smaller communities on the west side of the county. So I look at that in terms of kind of the cultural spread in one district, and one very large district. And the other piece is we have two potentially difficult discussions coming up with rural communities about the interest that companies have shown in renewable energy. And one of those is on the east side and one of those is on the west side. And I think kind of dividing those into two conversations and two commissioners that are kind of spearheading that conversation with the community, I think could be a value also.
I appreciate those perspectives. I will say it is a real shift to think of Southern Douglas County. So I'm interested in some public feedback on that, of anybody that's here and has relevant thoughts. And that would be quite a shift. And I think that maybe highways tend to be this sort of natural dividing line. And so that Highway 59 and Baldwin City and its surrounding neighborhoods and development being on the east side of that highway versus a much less populated area to the west and around the lakes towards those other county lines is something I'm curious to hear some feedback back. But I do like, I think that the option E is an interesting one for us to consider. But D is not my favorite, I will just say.
So one of the kind of ways I think we can frame the conversation would be, what is the ratio of of Lawrence districts versus districts that have significant rural area. So we've already thrown out one map that had a ratio of 4 Lawrence districts and 1 district outside of the city of Lawrence. So I think we're getting closer to some of that conversation. We still have a map on our list here that had trying to divide the city into as many pieces that had rural areas with them. So the ratio there would be like 0 strictly city districts and all of them having some amount of rural area. In my opinion, that is too diluted to be meaningful in terms of the potential for bringing forth the rural voices into the conversation. So my thought would be that leaves either, 2 to 3 in one direction or the other. Right now, we have 3 districts. 2 of those have significant rural areas with them. My feeling with the vote was that that is not sufficient to have 2 districts that have large rural areas and 1 within the city of Lawrence. So I don't think that having only 2 districts that have large rural areas and 3 that are within the city of limits is different enough for what we're hearing. So I tend towards, hear what other people have to think, and some of these maps definitely capture that, 2 districts that are within the city of Lawrence and 3 that have significant rural portions to them. Since we also have 3 cities, I think that there are some ways to work around putting those 2 values together, but I'd be glad to hear from other commissioners, and I'm sure we'll also hear from the public.
Any further thoughts at this time? Or
I would just echo, I think you're on to something there, Commissioner. Like, is it 1 in the city and some that have a lot? I mean, like even E has 98%, I mean, even though, and that's trying to keep those townships separate as Jamie asked us to do and consider as much as possible. And so even when you look at 2 in map E, that's 98%. So again, it's like, how much do you want to keep those townships together? Where's that? So if you want 2 that are entirely within the city, I think it's going to be really hard to maybe keep some townships together. That's the tricky thing as I was building maps, is like you put your foot in one camp and then it's going to lift off in another. So, but I think that's a good thing for us to talk about, is that 2 versus 3, 1 versus 4. What does that look like?
And this is maybe a little bit more granular. I did have, we've had a lot of communication from the public, which is great. But one of the pieces that came forward, which I think I had worked on instinctively, but had not been specifically looking at neighborhood association boundaries. And so I think I had, you look at Mass Street as kind of a general dividing line and some of these others to identify neighborhoods that identify themselves as being part of a whole and a community of interest. Now, I do recognize that there are so many variables to make these maps work that we don't get to keep all of them. But I do think that having that as a framework when we get into what the districts look like within the city of Lawrence, I think is important. So holding communities together within our smaller towns, smaller cities is a lot easier than within the city of Lawrence, just because the population density for each of these precincts is so much that one of them really skews the numbers as you make the maps.
And I think the last thing I'll just sort of add on to that and appreciate and agree with those thoughts and sort of the way to frame this is that I think the having all 3 of the other cities, 2 of them larger than the third. Lecompton is quite a small population center by comparison, but that having some division in districts between those cities, in my mind, offers greater opportunity, to the point of that more, there are more districts that have a significant portion of unincorporated area or smaller cities in them, which in my mind equals more opportunity for people in those communities to run for office and have identity with those surrounding neighborhoods, even the rural ones.
And Lecompton being the smallest of those, having a larger area of rural that goes with Lecompton also kind of helps to give that some weight also. So which of course doesn't work to some of Commissioner Kelly's concerns, but there are ways to look at that too.
Ready for public comment on this before we discuss further? Great. Okay, well, in this instance, since we didn't do a sign up sheet, just gonna, anybody who wants to stand up and kick us off, come up to the microphone. It remains on now. For those of you who are familiar with our old technology, we don't have the button anymore. And just a reminder to please state your name. Sarah will give you some time guidelines just to make sure we have an opportunity to hear from everybody. So anybody want to start?
I'm Amy. I live in Lawrence. I just want to say, I know I got a chance to put in my 2 cents on some social media or something about the maps. And I just want to say that I like D best, and I would ask that you make your decision by what the people want and not what serves you guys best during the election times. I know you've had a lot of input about it, so just try to do what we want instead of just what might serve you best. Thank you.
Dan Fuller. I've got a question on the District 4 and District 5. When I was looking at the maps, maybe I overlooked something that wasn't right, but both of those basically are like, one had 100% city. The other one was like 98%. In a special election, that means that those 2 new districts basically are going to be voted on by people in the city, because that's that area. So again, the people out in the rural areas are not going to even have a chance. So that's my comment there. Also, for you people that are out in the county, I would suggest get involved in the politics, because right now there are numerous precinct committee men and women's positions open in the county, Democrat and Republican. That's what it's going
Dan,
to take to get change.
Dan, I'm going to ask you to please address the commission.
Okay, that's to get change.
Anybody else want to provide public comment on redistricting?
Hi, I'm Melinda Levon. I live in current District 1. I'm here tonight on behalf of the Douglas County Democratic Party. As a party, we do not have an opinion on the maps, because our job is to help people get elected in our party and not really manipulate this process at all. That, and most of the people are currently living in Lawrence and districts that are unlikely to get affected. Like, I kind of live in between 2 of our city commissioners, and I just assume that I'll end up in 1 or 2 or something. I am concerned about the timeline, like how short all of this timeline is. And I know people are interested in that special election. And Jamie can comment more on this. We are going to have a party convention meeting January 7th. If you finish the maps really quickly though, and the governor responds quickly, and people are calling, for this special election, we're legally required to hold that meeting within 14 days. That's a really short timeline. I also know that, like the Republican Party, they've added a lot of new precinct committee people compared to the last couple of years. And so I imagine that, they're trying to organize theirs as well. I don't know if anybody's here from leadership, but so should it happen that the 14-day window is too short, we will follow the rules where we call a meeting, we won't meet quorum. We'll do that on a 6-day rotation until we hit January 7th. Credentialing will start at 1:30 and we'll start the meeting at 2. We'll actually have a couple of business items, but of course it's a public meeting, Flory Hall, everybody's invited. And people that are registered Democrats can still serve in open precinct committee positions. The precinct committee people are the folks that choose the nominees. And just doing election math, it is likely that the Democratic nominees become the commissioners. And we know that over time, our county is going to continue to change, especially in the southern parts, and politically things are going to be different over time. But right now, those conventions are probably what's going to be the word. So I hope people attend, and I hope more people volunteer to serve as precinct committee folks, because the rural areas are the places with the most openings. And we want it to be more democratic than that. So thank you.
Thank you, Melinda. Would anybody else here like to provide public comment on this agenda item?
Hi, my name is Lori Shuck. I live at 466 North 100 Road. And I spoke to you folks a couple times, and my husband said, oh no, when I got up. But I'm not gonna push. I like D looking at it, but I'm not gonna pick on that so much. I'm sure you have a couple good options, and I wouldn't want to pick if I were you. It looks like a lot of studies involved. I do want to express that I think we need that special vote. I think during this last election, you had an overwhelming amount of Douglas County turnout and votes saying they wanted more rural representation. And I don't think they mean 2 years from now. We have some very serious topics coming up in which are going to affect rural Douglas County, and we feel like those people should be in place for them. In my opinion, you shouldn't make those decisions. There should be a moratorium till they have those people in place. That's why we wanted them. So I hope you will do us a service and consider doing that and listening to our side. Thank you. I appreciate the ladies that I have spoke with, and they listened to me a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Anybody else here? I would agree with Melinda. I thought more people would have public comment too, but we appreciate that folks came to listen. Double check if anybody online has raised their hand. Okay. I'm going to ask one more time. Is there anybody else who would like to provide public comment on this?
Good evening. My name is Cheryl Hunsinger. I live south of Lawrence. I am in the rural district, and I really hope that we can get this nailed down soon. I know you guys have a huge decision ahead of you, but I do want you to remember that we really want a voice in the rural area, or unincorporated, I should say, to be heard and to give you guys less pressure on you as well. That's what this whole thing started as. And I agree that I think we need to have the election ahead of time. This needs to be taken care of and done so that we can get things resolved, not only in the city, but in the county as well. So please really push for the election ahead of time and not wait 2 years. Thank you. My name is Marcia Cole. I live at 146 East 900 Road, Baldwin, Kansas.
Marcia, I'm sorry to interrupt. Will you do me a favor and just speak a little closer to that microphone for the record?
How's
Thank
this?
you. Appreciate it.
I was told if you can hear feedback, it's supposed to help, but I can't hear. I have hard of hearing. Okay. My name's Marcia Pohl. I live at 146 East 900 Road, Baldwin, Kansas. And I just wanted to say that I would really like to see us have this special election or whatever, the 5 districts and the 5 commissioners as soon as possible. The people of Douglas County voted to have the 5 districts instead of the 3, in which we'll make 5 commissioners instead of the 3. That's called democracy.
And we also at the town hall meeting spoke, and several of the groups, different groups, all spoke up and said they wanted this soon, sooner than later. And I just feel like if you don't listen to our voices, then we aren't in a democracy. I mean, the only way we can speak is through you. We voted for you. You know, you are our commissioners, you are our representatives. And to be our representatives, you need to listen to us. And so I hope you will.
Anybody else?
Hi, my name is Caleb Carell. I live in Southwest Lawrence. I wanted to, I'm speaking on behalf of myself, actually. I am a secretary of the Douglas County Democrats, but I'm speaking on my own behalf here. I do think we should have the special elections. I think people are hungry for democracy. I think from the results of the August election and the constitutional amendments in the special election or the county commission expansion question, people voted with a clear voice. And typically you see a lot of people turn down their political activity after the election. I don't think that's happening. I think that's a good thing, though. People are involved, people want to stay involved, and they really want to have their voice heard. And there's a lot of there seems to be a lot of division and hurt in the county. I think the best way that we can overcome that is to make this a more democratic board with 5 voices as soon as possible. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Connie Flory. I live southwest of Lawrence. I want to thank you for all your work that you've done on these maps. I know it's really challenging. I came in here with the attitude that I thought I wanted D map, but after looking at it, I think E is my choice. It puts the Grant Township in with the North Lawrence, and I think they have a lot more in common. I think by putting Eudora and Baldwin in a different map is better. I know that I went to school out in Marion Springs, so Baldwin is used to the west side of Douglas County. So I think they all get along real well. And it's always been my, I don't know what the word I want to use, is that kind of Clinton Lake kind of divides north and south on the west side of Douglas County. In other words, you know, north of Clinton Lake, Lecompton, Northwest Lawrence, they're in one vicinity, and south of Clinton Lake and to the east border is they're in their own community. So unlike with everybody else, I think we need to have a general election sooner than later so that everybody can feel that they're heard. But I encourage all of our residents of Douglas County to call whoever is elected, call your commissioners, get involved. And if these aren't going out into the country to see what the country needs, I mean, yeah, Lawrence is the most populated. We are going to have a chance that all of our representatives are going to be from Lawrence, but it's up to us to make sure that they get out in the county and see what the county needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Colleen. I'm sorry, I said thank you, Colleen, but I had a frog in my throat. Does anybody else here wish to provide public comment on redistricting at this time? Going once, going twice? Okay, thank you all for your comments. We'll bring this back for thoughts and further discussion amongst commissioners. I'm going to get this frog out of my throat. Commissioner Kelly, do you have any immediate thoughts?
Well, maybe we should first decide, do we want to talk about the general versus the special first, or make some decisions on districts? I feel like special versus general election is sort of A or B, and the districts I think is more about values, and I don't know if we'll arrive on something tonight, so I just thoughts on what we should talk about first, maybe.
I think if we can line out those core couple of values so that as we all go back and staff it, or we, or whoever draw some other maps for next week, that we kind of put that to bed, like what we're looking for, and then all of those conform to that. So I'd be happy to start there if they're okay with that.
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I think, well, to the point that was made by Dan, the determining where those where the new districts, District 4 and 5 might be, it has potentially some influence on whether or not it's a new election, because if, or I mean, a special election, sorry, more imminently than a little less than 2 years from now at this point. Because if the goal is to increase the opportunity for rural, unincorporated, or smaller city candidates to be able to potentially be seated as commissioner by vote of those new districts, it seems important that we determine that District 4 and 5 include significant portions of the unincorporated area.
Which would be relevant for a special election and not relevant for a general election, just to be clear. So in a general election, everybody is running at the same time, other than Commissioner Kelly, who
Right.
just ran.
But the two commissioners who currently represent those rural communities will be up for re-election, and therefore theoretically it would be 4 new commissioners that could be seated in that election, 4 races happening at the same time, representing all rural, you know, presuming that District 1, Commissioner Kelly's district, remains within the city limits of Lawrence, which I think most of these maps represent, then that is the question.
So I think it's worth noting to make sure that people understand that, you know, a special election doesn't recall the rest of us. It only is an election within the 2 new districts. So there'd be 4 and 5 kind of by definition, because each of us has to stay within the district that we have. So it's worth noting that under a special election, especially under maps D and E, the majority of the rural area would not get to participate in a special election because I would be serving that area already. So just, I think, and to Mr. Fuller's point, that is something that if we're talking about a special election needs to be looked at in terms of where those districts might lie. If we're talking about a general election, then it's more, you know, free for all. It's not the rest way to talk about an election, but there would be more voices and more opportunities all happening at the same time.
I agree with you, Commissioner Willie, and to put a point on that, I think that a big benefit to consider in a general election, which ultimately is up to the governor, but we are obviously trying to come to some consensus about what to suggest as a preference, but a general election, it provides the opportunity for anybody who wants to run in all parties or as independent candidates to file, irregardless of party affiliation, to potentially have so many candidates that there are primaries with multiple choices in those parties. And there's sort of a more choices, more opportunities tilt to a general election, in my opinion, than there would be with the sort of very short timeline of a special election where precinct committee people within the parties, of which we've heard some comments about having lots of vacancies. And I think that that's pretty geographically spread out, as I understand it, not necessarily concentrated. So, you know, that that seems like it sets it up for less opportunities and options for voters to choose from. There's also the issue of educating all of those residents about those new districts and informing them about that prior to an election, and getting the kind of voter turnout that we hope for, which is generally pretty high in general elections in our community. Special election, maybe not, but I just think that's a part of it to weigh.
So are we talking about special general now, or did we
It looks
decide?
like we are.
Yeah, it sounds like we are. Yeah. Yeah. So do we want to talk about that, or do we want to look at values on those maps? I want to just check in with the
You
commission.
can choose.
Okay. Well, since we've started down that road, let's go ahead and stay there. I think I appreciate what Commissioner Willie said. I think we should talk about maybe districts first and then come back to the election, because I do think that they may play a role in our decision on that.
I'm good
So,
with that.
Yeah,
Apologies for my stream of consciousness about that. So to sort of reiterate part of our conversation, but prior to public comment, I think a value that we've heard that's pretty consistent across the town hall, last week's meeting, conversations in between meetings is to increase the opportunity for rural representation. To me, the path to that is to sort of back to that as much as possible, that sort of 2-3 rule, maybe where at least 3 of the districts have a large swath of a rural portion of the county that increases that opportunity and geographic area and population base to have candidates from outside of the city limits of Lawrence. It's a tall order of certainly with our population density. It's just it's a tall order.
So maybe we can sort of make some decision. I'm going to push us to make some decisions here. So we have this map that is, it was called Spokes, it's now called B, right? That sort of has a percentage of the unincorporated in every commissioner's district. Maybe how are we feeling about that one? What are some of the, once we saw the amount of unincorporated and incorporated populations in those maps, are we feeling like that's a map that we want to continue to look at? I do think, to Commissioner Willie's point, it sort of does find a way to divide east and west versus north and south. And so there's a value around that one there. And still sort of divides the cities. So I'll just throw that out, that I, hearing Commissioner Willie's questions about that one. And then Commissioner Willie, you would be in District 3 there, right?
I'm always District 3.
Yeah,
But
in the
yes.
blue, yeah.
In the blue.
It does divide east and west. It doesn't. I think that cultural shift is probably more along the highway. I think this was mentioned, that feels more of a natural boundary. I did check with Jamie about dividing townships along lines where townships are already divided for other political boundaries, and he didn't have any difficulty with that. So I don't think we're completely locked into all or nothing on townships. They're very large swaths of land.
So Commissioner Willie, is that to say that we help me understand that a little bit more and why, and because I appreciate that the potential necessity of sort of splitting up some townships. And I think it's a good guideline to think about other congressional maps and how they overlay, but how would that shift Willow Springs for you in particular?
So I'll just kind of back up and talk about one of my other roles at Willow Springs is that I've been working the election as the supervising judge there for quite a few years. And we already have quite a few different ballot styles, and many of them are divided along the highway already. So in terms of election, we're already complicated. It didn't seem to make it considerably worse. So it seemed like something that I thought our township could handle, and I figured others can too.
So if I'm tracking right, maybe your feedback on the B map option is that that 59 could be sort of the dividing line between 5 and the colors are different on each map. So
3.
5 and 3.
Yeah.
So
Which would actually shift me into the west side of that, because currently I
and sort of flip flop, make that western, what is now green and labeled 5, 3, and then 5 could be the sort of southeastern portion of the county that maybe would have to, that line would have to go a bit further north to compensate for some of the population, I would imagine.
Yeah, it seems like if we move District 3 over to 59, right? And either we added a little bit more to District 1. You know, if we just sort of twisted everything a little bit clockwise. I'm just trying to think how.
Along that, I think, I'm happy to hear from others. My preference would be that North Wakarusa Township, which is currently part of District 1 here, which is the rural area on the north side of the city, that would come into one of the more rural districts. And the same with Grant Township, which I think would then also go along with North Lawrence. Then we're back to that kind of ratio of 2 city or Lawrence districts and 3 that have significant rural areas.
So I will say B is one that I do like. I wonder if there's a couple that we might be able to agree sort of aren't fitting the bill for us. We heard some support for D, but for me personally, I think that geographical contiguousness with Grant Township, North Lawrence being connected to downtown East Lawrence area makes the most geographic sense to me. So
I would agree. I'm ready to let go of D.
I'm sorry, let go of which?
D. That's the one that put Grant Township with Lecompton.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Look at that. We made a decision. All right. Down.
And I'm curious, so B sounds like one to keep working on. I wonder if what your feelings about option C are, Commissioner Willing. I think that Commissioner Kelly and I each expressed some not love of that for a couple reasons. Curious where you're at with that.
Yeah, I think that that needs to be reformed in terms of what happens in the center of the city.
Okay.
But I think there's, any of these, it's not a question of keeping them necessarily. It's a question of what needs to change in order to fit the values we're talking about.
Sure. Well, and I think to your point, and C, that North Wakarusa remains associated with sort of the northern portion of Lawrence and Northwest Lawrence, rather than being part of Lecompton and a larger unincorporated area.
I think having it have more continuity with some of the rest of the Kansas River Valley would be important, just around Lakeview and those communities. Can we talk about the value? So we hear both ways really very much between whether Eudora and Baldwin should be in one district, which has a larger number of residents that are outside of the city of Lawrence, or if they should be separate. I'd like to talk about that value. Like I said, I've had a lot of conversations long before the vote about what the values are for people who are interested in seeing us go from 3 to 5. I certainly heard both sides. From my perspective, just what I would think would be the most likely that a city gets the attention of its city commissioner, or of its, sorry, if it's county commissioner, would be if there's one or the other, as opposed to having 2 significant communities. In addition to, there will always be a portion of Lawrence, which is a significant community of its own, that would be easier to give attention to that, whether that is a person who is serving from the city of Baldwin or from the city of Eudora or from the city of Lawrence, and building relationships with that city. Just having one mayor, one city council, I think it builds a lot stronger relationships. I'm thinking especially of the, I managed to get to 2 Christmas parades. I don't think I could have gotten to 3, just kind of that logistics of how do you serve a large geographic area. And I think having one city, each city in a district, each city would get a lot more attention. Happy to hear what others think.
I think that's fair, a fair assessment, and and sort of projection of what it could be like if there was some separation between those other 2 cities. As the commissioner who currently represents the whole eastern portion of the county down through Baldwin City, I can certainly say it's been you know, when I came onto the commission we have the county government has interlocal agreements with sort of all of the different governmental entities, all the municipalities. And 3 of those municipalities are in my district. So that is 3 city commissions, 3 different school districts to potentially be in communication with and be sort of responsive to the different events, as well as community specific conversations that are going on that they would like to have a county commissioner and county perspective at. So I do think that there's some value and putting a line between those 2 cities and seeing what that might do in terms of the connectedness between commissioners and those city councils and other municipal stakeholders, as well as each of those cities have unique relationships with the surrounding townships that border their areas and what those interlocal agreements look like and whatnot.
I would just say I'm supportive of Eudora and Baldwin having separate districts, and part of the reason is the conversations that I've been part of around Panasonic's plant and coming in. Those 2 cities are looking at it very differently. And I think that's going to have a huge impact on our community going forward. Maybe not as big of an impact as some think, but it's been really interesting for me to listen to those 2 communities talk about what they expect and how they would expect to respond to it. So you 2 know way more than I do about representing those large areas. I just don't have that. So I really respect your thoughts on that, but that's the only thing I would add.
So I think we're settling into separating Baldwin and Eudora. So we have some maps that do that and some maps that don't. And I think we've already kind of gotten rid of some of the maps that had them together. So that is a value we can keep. We've talked about keeping Grant Township and North Lawrence together, but also that kind of if we're looking at a 2 districts within the city of Lawrence and 3 districts that have portions of rural area, large portions of rural area, Grant Township then has 2 options, either to be part of a Lawrence district or part of continuing the Kansas River Valley to the east and having it be part of a Eudora district along with Eudora Township. So what do commissioners think about that?
Yeah, I think this is a piece that I'm personally struggling with as the representative in that area currently, because I think that there is something to the fact of the communities that follow the Kansas River and some shared issues and land use pieces that sort of confront those areas. I also think that there's a relatively strong connection between southeastern Lawrence and Eudora in particular. So from that perspective, I like the map option E that brings in that southeastern portion of Lawrence with Eudora and Palmyra district and in the city of Eudora. But I think what I have heard from enough conversations with folks that, you know, if I were not the representative of Eudora anymore, that could provide some opportunity from someone from Eudora or the surrounding area that identifies more with the Eudora area than the city limits of Lawrence, perhaps, that maybe that increases that chance. So I feel pretty strongly about Grant Township, North Lawrence, and sort of Eastern Lawrence by extension being a compact area for my district. But beyond that, I feel, you know, I'm open to it going further west, skewing further west and giving Eudora and that southeastern edge of Lawrence a different district representative.
I think this is really about Commissioner Reed's comments on this one, just because of where it is and all the things she said, I think if I was representing that district, that would resonate for me too. You know, it's just thinking about that. And I mean, in some ways, we're going to have to pick two communities they'd have a new commissioner. That's really the thing here, and who those two communities are is a big part of this conversation. If we're leaning into the idea that there's a desire to have more rural representation, then we should lean towards Eudora having a new district. If we're leaning into, I mean, if we're not, then I think we look at two new districts within the city of Lawrence.
So most of the maps, and I've doodled quite a lot, most of the maps had just kind of naturally how it fell out was one new district that was within the city of Lawrence generally, and one that was including Baldwin actually ended up being the other one most of the time. But I think hearing what I'm hearing, we could possibly redraw some maps that looked towards the possibility of trying to have the new districts a new district that included Baldwin and a new district that included Eudora.
Correct. Yes.
And I think that that could be done. It's not something we can do on the fly here, but I think that that is something that we could go back to the drawing board and see if that is a possibility within, the rules that Jamie laid out in terms of each of us with our addresses currently has to be districts 1, 2, and 3, which means those two new districts, 4 and 5, they can only land in certain places. But I think that that's something we could go back to the drawing board and see if we could come up with. Is that something commissioners are interested in?
Yeah, I think that makes sense to me. I'm just trying to quickly scroll back between them and see kind of which maps currently show that. It looks like E, puts District 4 and 5 in Eudora and Baldwin areas. So to me, that's the closest one we have in front of us that kind of gets at that. It also achieves that keeping Grant Township with North Lawrence. So that's but I think that, yeah, so it seems like there's still some tweaking to do, and maybe like Commissioner Kelly said before, a bit of clockwise or maybe counterclockwise motion and adjusting to figure out how to increase the opportunity for those two new districts to be.
So let me ask this, I'm just looking at the spokes map and having spent a lot of time with these maps. One of the questions is, one of the things that the spokes map does, this is map B, is that it gives every commissioner a portion of the unincorporated area. Is that, I have always felt like I can represent the unincorporated area. But is that something we want to, like, one thing we could do is those two that are in Wakarusa Township up to the north, we could add that to the second district, right? So we could go across the river there and add that to the second district and give more to District 1 in the city, right? That's one thing that we could do. Or do we want to just try to rotate the map around? I think that's a question that I have.
Talking about the.
Yeah.
I guess I'm curious from Jamie about that, sort of how geographically contiguous is defined, given the geography of our county line and its river. Maybe it doesn't matter. I mean, I suppose these maps that demonstrate that Grant Township and that North Wakarusa Township could be in the same district by those standards.
I think we could capture more of northern part of Lawrence, Pinckney neighborhood, and up by the hospital within that would connect those. So they could be contiguous, just not quite on this map.
Is that making sense, Jamie?
Yeah, so there's really not a clear definition of what compact and contiguous. Contiguous is pretty clear that it's got to connect. You can't have one part here and one part over there. So it's got to connect. That's the contiguous part. The compact part in redistricting, there's all kinds of definitions of that, as you can, as people in Douglas County and Lawrence can tell. The legislature defines compact and contiguous quite broadly. So I think I think pretty much all these maps meet those criteria.
Thanks, Jamie. I think Commissioner Kelly, I'm not sure well, first of all, I want to say that you most certainly can represent folks in the unincorporated area. I believe that to be true. So I do think it's an interesting value to consider that every district would have a piece of that. And then, you know, theoretically, that increases the odds that all 5 seats could be held by people who lived outside of the city of Lawrence. Just by way of election laws and constitutionality around who can run for office. So I guess I wonder, in my mind, there is some sort of natural connection between the Lecompton area and along that Farmers Turnpike and north of I-70. But that's not part of my district, so I don't know that I have a very strong sense of that sort of sameness and community of interest around those areas. Commissioner Willie, do you have thoughts?
And so people either loved or hated the spokes map. I think we heard
That's
quite a bit
true.
of both.
Yep.
For some of the reasons that you're saying, there's the chance that there could be 5 people from the rural area on the county commission. I'm not sure that that is helpful either. I think, you know, leaving any community of interest out by definition, and we can't capture them all, but leaving out the largest community of interest, I think would not be helpful either. Say that as the rural representative, but the smaller population within either North Wakarusa or within Grant Township, those don't seem like strong possibilities of having a real rural connection. There isn't a population center to go and visit like there is with the cities. And that makes it harder to make connections if you don't already have connections in those areas. I say that because I also come from one of the unincorporated area that does not have a city to focus that community. And that's why I kind of look at those 2 areas and say, gosh, it'd be nice if they were along with larger areas of unincorporated or outside of Lawrence area. But that comes back to, you know, North Lawrence and Grant Township are tied together. They either go with the center and East Lawrence, or they go with Eudora and Eudora Township.
Okay, so I think we've spent some time talking about B, C, D, and E with a little bit of progress on decisions. We haven't talked about A yet, I don't believe, which was previously titled cities. We've talked about that value of trying to give each of the smaller cities their own district and surrounding area, which this map does achieve, and then has 2, I believe, entirely Lawrence districts, if I'm looking at that right. I don't think there's any section of unincorporated in 1 or 5 on this map. So in this instance, 5 would be and one of the new districts would be entirely incorporated in the city of Lawrence, and the other district would be the rural northwestern part of the county and western Lawrence.
And
Yeah.
this carried many of the values that we've talked about, the ratio of city to rural districts. I'm not a fan, will continue to not be a fan of a north-south split. I think an east-west split is more culturally appropriate, but this does capture many of the other things we've looked at.
The one thing that I'm conflicted about with this one is it takes the 2 districts that are currently District 2 and 3 and not population wise, but geography wise, total area splits them in half essentially. And then from a geography sense, Commissioner Willie picks up all the way over to the eastern border, which just from a geography stance, I'm not sure I love that. That just doesn't feel right to me. And I will say I agree with Commissioner Willie that I do think there are some issues that are going to be brought before the county commission, that it may be good as we think about those spaces to have some different representation than just one person all through the South there.
Yeah, I would concur with both your comments and think that my least favorite thing about this map is how significant the southern portion is, and it just had, because of the population density is so skewed, it ends up being a very geographically large area that I don't think I think represents a few different communities of interest. So it's not my favorite. So I think maybe it sounds like there's some consensus that A is not an option to necessarily work around because other maps achieve that sort of difference between the cities.
I think maybe we have enough to go back and look at creating some maps where Eudora has a new district and Baldwin has a new district. And that districts 1, 2, and 3 with our current addresses manage to maybe put the two of you generally within the city of Lawrence and me generally on the west side. That's a lot to fit into one map or one set of maps, but that's what I'm hearing about. Is that reflective of other commissioners?
I think that's a fair reflection.
Yeah, I think so too. Sarah?
I'd like to give Jamie a chance to comment on that. Do you feel like you've worked closer with GIS on these maps, that if there are 2 new districts representing Baldwin and Eudora areas, do you feel like you have enough to go on?
Yeah, I mean, we could work up a map that does that. I don't have the mapping in front of me, so yeah, you could work up a map that does that. I think it dramatically would change 2 and 1, but that's just off the top of my head. But yeah, we could work up an option that does that.
Well, clearly 2 would change because of the newness of both Eudora and Baldwin anyway. So I think that was part of what.
Yeah, what you end up with, based off geography, where Eudora sits, like Baldwin, you can come out and kind of do you can move it different ways. Where Eudora sits, there's only just a couple ways it could go. If you're going to keep Eudora and Baldwin separate also, that means Eudora goes either straight into Lawrence and takes in a considerable amount of Lawrence, or kind of comes up and takes Grant Township. So you're kind of limited in where you would put that Eudora district.
And Baldwin, how much into Lawrence, the Baldwin district?
And
So we could play with something.
And I would say, Jamie, I think it would be interesting just for me, if other commissioners are supportive of this, of doing one that has District 1 completely within the city, because that will give the potential for more rural representation in that, in one of either 2 or 3, right? Then add, because it's only in the way that it's written on map A or B, on map B, I mean, it's only like 99, it's like 1% of an incorporated area. And I don't think, from what I've heard from the public, that's what we were looking for. Yeah. I mean, essentially we have 2 city districts, but we do have Grant Township in there. And we've talked about the importance of connecting North Lawrence with Grant Township.
Okay, I think we have, I would agree with that. And I'm hoping that we have no more than 2 options to consider next week, if that feels possible, or one that achieves the things that we've discussed tonight and for our consideration. I don't know if.
Can I get some
What
clarification?
I'm worried about is too many additional changes in maps, prolonging the conversation.
Yeah, can I get some clarification? On spokes, the big thing you kind of talked about was moving to 59 highway. So would it be fair to say that we could do a version of spokes that does the shift you talked about, and then a second version that creates 4 and 5 into districts of Eudora and Baldwin?
I think so, commissioners, I think E gets pretty close to that. So if I were to say, but it feels that B and E of these gets close to representing those sort of two general options.
Okay.
Any further thoughts or objections to that assertion?
Trying to get to E as
Yeah.
fast as I can. So I think E has the southern problem. that
It
we've
does,
addressed.
yeah.
Commissioner Kelly, E has what problem?
The southern problem where it's sort of a north-south break.
Sounds like the Civil War.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that, once again, that goes into with Eudora, if you're gonna split Eudora and Baldwin, there's only certain kind of ways you can do that. And that's where you kind of end up with that north-south break.
You have to come into the city pretty heavily that way in order
Correct.
to get the numbers to balance.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Yeah, if Grant Township is coming into the city, then
Yeah.
yeah.
Mhm.
I do think that K-10 corridor between Southeast Lawrence and Eudora is
It's connected.
it's a significant connecting point, the East Lawrence Business Park and the business park development that's happened in Eudora. I think that there's some connection there, which is just personally what I like about the District 4 on that E map, but it is true that it puts us back in the position of that whole a significant southern portion of the county. Tough decisions to make with the population density that we have.
I think we probably have enough to go back and create the maps based on the values we're talking about, and then we'll find out which values have to shift based for which map, and then we'll be able to make a decision next week.
Jamie, do you have any clarifying questions for us?
No, I think I took notes that got to your values. B and E, I think, are the ones that can kind of be worked on to meet those. No, I think we have a good sense of what two maps to come up with.
All right.
And it may not be possible that the two new districts, one includes Baldwin and one includes Eudora. I think it's worth looking into. It may not be something that we can make reasonably happen, but I think it's worth giving that a try.
Yeah, I would agree. I think that it is not possible to check all of the boxes of all of the sort of requests we've heard for consideration, but I think we're doing our best at chipping away to a balance between all of those things. So thanks, Jamie. We appreciate you. We'll see you again.
Oh, wait, I
Oh.
have more questions for Jamie.
I'm sorry. Yes, I'm sorry. That's my bad. So to the special election question, you said you have some questions, Commissioner Willie?
I do. So Jamie, I know we do not have a map, so you cannot give us actual figures for this, but in general, you have a good idea of how many precinct people there are, both Republicans and Democrats within the county. A special election would mean that only those people, either precinct people for the Democrats or precinct people for the Republicans that fell within the two new districts would get to choose who ran for those seats. My guess would be that number is in the teens of people and not so much in the 20s of people. Can you weigh in on how many people that would likely be who would be choosing the candidates for those elections?
Well, I think that depends on what the map is. And I'd hate to say based off of just kind of a hypothetical. If it is where it is largely like if you did Eudora and Baldwin and kind of split, yeah, it would probably be in the 20s. But I'm not comfortable answering that without kind of knowing what those districts are.
Right, but it wouldn't be as many as 50 people in either party.
No.
I just think that's a significant point because we've heard about democracy and getting sure that people have a voice in this. And the special election it does necessarily limit who gets to choose who runs in that election. But also, Jamie, this might be another question for you. The breakdown in the county of Republicans versus Democrats versus unaffiliated. My understanding is that unaffiliated is the largest block of that, and unaffiliated voters would or would not have a chance to run for these special election seats.
So it kind of goes back and forth between Democrat and unaffiliated about who kind of has the most at one point. Unaffiliated is the fastest growing. An independent could run in a special election if they got signatures of 5% of the residents of the new district to sign a petition to put them on the ballot as an independent if they wanted to run as an independent. The other thing they could do is go to the party convention and ask to be appointed. You don't have to be on the ballot for a party. You don't have to actually belong to that party. It's an interesting rule in election law.
How much time would an independent have to collect signatures in order to be on the ballot?
That's a good question. It would be a few weeks. My guess is it would be by the end of those party conventions. So it'd be a couple weeks. Because we have to have ballots out to overseas voters 45 days prior to an election. So basically when that election gets called, you've got a couple weeks before we have to start sending out ballots.
Thank you, Jamie.
Commissioner Kelly, do you have? Forgot that I turned the microphone off, sorry. Commissioner Kelly, do you have any questions? I'm trying to do some quick
Yeah.
math about what that percentage of petition
be-
signatures.
Essentially, if you take 12,000, 25,000 people, we'll just put it,
Okay.
that number is a little high. That's 1,250 signatures that you'd need in that time. I have to say, I'm the timeline of that is so short. And I appreciate those who come tonight and tell us that we've had, the entire county has decided we need to have this and we need to have it now. I'm not sure that I read that the same. I think there are a lot of people who are here and who are very engaged in that and feel like that timeline needs to move very quickly. But there are a whole lot of people who aren't here who I think would need and would ask for more time in choosing their county commissioner. That's the sense that I get right off the bat. And I totally understand those people who come tonight and have very strong feelings about it. They would like to have somebody, and they probably have somebody in mind that they like to be in there in 90 days. But I worry about this is less than 0.5% of our entire of a district here. Having time to know who their candidates are, be introduced, giving candidates time to understand all the issues, to hear people debate and talk about those things. I think there's real value in having a longer election cycle. I wish it wasn't 2 years, I will tell you that, but I do think having a full primary and then an election is a good thing when it comes to democracy and choosing candidates and getting to know candidates, and for candidates to have enough time to get all the things together that need to get together to run an election. That's just 90 days is an incredibly short timeline to do that.
Yeah, I concur completely. I think that I already shared some thoughts earlier, but just to summarize, really feel that the general election, which just to break down the timeline, would look like a June 1st, 2024 deadline for candidates to file. Anybody who wanted to run, regardless of party affiliation, could run in a couple of different ways and would not have to go through the party convention or that very quick petition drive that we just heard a little bit about. So in my purview, it increases the opportunity for democracy. Also to the point that was discussed earlier, it would be 4 open seats at that in that election, which is 4 opportunities for new commissioners. to run. And I think that that could be a really robust election cycle. And I am worried that a special election, because of it is, I'm very surprised actually in all of this learning that we have done about what it looks like to expand a county commission and what state statute directs us to do. I've been very surprised at the timeline of that special election if it were the option we pursued, because I don't believe that it accounts for that. This very short timeline of just about 1 month to decide on new districts is incredibly compressed, and in my opinion, doesn't give us the full breadth of opportunity to really get out and hear from more people in the community who have not been engaging week by week in this conversation with us. So I just think that there's a lot of value in giving time for folks to organize, giving time for more precinct committee people positions to be filled, and increase that really hyper localized representation that those seats represent, and do some community organizing to determine who's interested in running for office and what kind of connections they're building. I just don't think that there will be enough voter participation in a special election either. That's a worry that I have, because it will be off cycle. We just came out of an election, and that education piece about going and making contact with all of those voters that find themselves in a new district is a big lift, I think, and requires some time.
I worry about the inequity of some people who came and expressed their opinions here, not being able to vote in a special election when others could, because by definition, whatever district, whatever area ends up with any of the three of us would not get to vote in that. And that getting that information out and having that be understood and valued by people seems really tricky to me. I could see people, having worked a lot of elections, see people, showing up to the polls, assuming that they could vote and not being able to vote on that because they weren't in one of the two new districts. What do commissioners think about that as a concern? Or maybe Jamie, I think that seems like a heavy lift for the county to get that information out to people and for people to know what district they live in. That's always a struggle with commission districts anyway.
Well, whenever the district lines are done, we'll send out new voter cards. And I mean, we've already talked about if there is a special election, we would probably send out a notice to those voters. The concern is, yes, there is some confusion, especially if District 1 just voted. If you take portions of District 1 and move it into another district, then they're like, well, didn't I just vote? And then I think there still is a perception that the whole county gets to vote on this. It's only those districts that would vote. So it would take some education, and we would do everything we could to make sure everybody's educated.
I think maybe for some members of the public, just speaking as someone who's run for office before, the work that goes into running for office. So setting up your bank account, your treasurer, getting materials put together. If you decide to use social media, it is not just a flick of the button and set that up. It's a ton of work to get that set up. And by the time someone does, you think about from 90 days from the point that the governor could approve this to when the election is, that is a very small timeline to do all the things that a good election has as part of it. And it's not just about the candidate, it's also about the community understanding what that candidate stands for and how they communicate and how they get that message out. It's just a lot of work, and it takes a lot of time. And my guess is whoever will, that probably won't be the only thing they're doing at that time. And the other thing is, I think we have to look at it from a county perspective. We currently haven't set we've set the budget for next year already. And with, if we have two new commissioners come on in 90 days, we could make adjustments to the budget. That could be done, but those will be more conversations that we need to have. We'll need to figure out how we're going to set up in this space. And while, again, I feel like 2 years is probably too much time, that's what the statute has. It's this choice between 90 days, which seems way too short to me, and 2 years, which seems like a long time. But, you know, one of the things I think about is we've been doing it this way for 168 years. It does seem, you know, in the grand scheme of things, I know the things that are immediate right now are very pressing and are things that we need to focus our attention on. But it does feel like, I mean, in my mind, just thinking about all the issues that are coming up, waiting for 2 years is where I'm leaning right now.
So when we first started the discussion about whether it'd be a special election or the next general election, in my mind, the next general election was the city school election that would be in 2023, which felt like a reasonable compromise between giving people the time to decide to run and run well and learn their community and not be waiting for 2 years. So that was the first set of questions I brought to Jamie is, does the city school election, which runs in the odd numbered years, allow us the ability to fill that gap? And I think the answer there was no. But Jamie, I know I've asked you to say this publicly before. Do you mind giving us that information again?
It's the next partisan general election. City school elections are not partisan. And so you don't have a partisan primary. So you wouldn't have a way to run a partisan. So when it refers to general, it's the next partisan general election.
Yeah, so that was, when we talk about, yeah, it's been 168 years that we've run things with 3 commission districts. And it's still a significant amount of time that the people who have actively worked for the 5 commission districts didn't just begin with the election with that special question. They started quite some time before that. So they have had several years worth of work and interest and conversations leading up to now too. And so it does feel painful to wait another 2 years to see that play out. But getting good candidates within as short a period of time, and candidates that the community is, and when I say good candidates, I mean people who are ready and understand the job, but also that the community is interested in having as choices. There's a wide range of political views in our county that need to get expressed and need to have a chance to be in the public discussion. Not all of those are likely to come out of just a 2-party having that the parties choose who those candidates would be. And that concerns me some. There's just a broad range of people that are registered as independents. I don't think they would have a chance, even though legally there is a way forward for that, with the time being short. I think that those voices would not be heard. So I guess I'm saying I'm also leaning towards, unfortunately, a 2024 general election in which Commissioner Reed and I would also be running at that time. The 2 new districts would also have candidates running at that time. And that gives the largest portion of the community a chance to weigh in on who they want to have sitting here.
I concur with both of your comments and would just put a point on what I actually believe that the general election is the more democratic path to expanding the commission and expanding representation of the entire community because of all the reasons that each of us have touched on, but very specifically that rather than parties selecting candidates with a very relatively small number of people making that selection, and then the voter education piece and what turnout might look like. I think that to have a vast majority of Douglas County voting at once for those new commissioners, and anybody who wanted to run, regardless of party affiliation, would have the time to plan for that. I just that in addition to the cost and the work for the county to really expeditiously make all of those changes is significant. So I agree that I wish there was somewhere in between, but the short timeline for a special election is just not practical to me, and I think it actually stunts the opportunity for real widespread democracy and democratic engagement from our community. So I expect that the county commission will have more and more engagement from folks in the months and years to come. We've already seen that increase in recent years, and this increase in representation will bring even more of that, I think.
I think one other point that might be worth mentioning about a rural representation is that as we've looked through the maps and the way to split the maps and options we have here, there is no way to make the math work in favor of having more than one rural candidate be able to be successful. So the story is going to be about how do you take a candidate from outside of Lawrence and message that within the city, or a person from the city of Lawrence messaging themselves out to Baldwin or Eudora or Lecompton. That's going to be how candidates are successful, is having to tell that story across the whole of their district. It favors rural candidates to have more time to make that story. I think Ms. Levon made the mention that the math does work in favor of whoever is chosen by the Democratic precinct people. And I think that that is a skew that people would be uncomfortable with in the short term. I think the longer term gives us a lot more options for representation.
If I can just add one more thing, and that is about staffing. And Sarah and her team do a really good job of what I call the care and feeding of commissioners. And, you know, if we give her a 90-day window, I mean, I think we've talked about that this is going to need an increase in staffing. And that's not allocated in our current budget. We'd have to create job descriptions, we'd have to interview people, we'd have to hire. And I think it's only fair to Sarah and her team to be able to give them more time to think about how do we want to organize Douglas County for 5 commissioners? Because that's almost double what we have now. And I think that will have a large impact. It's going to have a large impact on the commissioners up here, because for the first time, we'll be able to talk to each other outside of these meetings. And that creates a whole different dynamic, you know, and what is able to be talked about, and then the issues that come back to staff. If Commissioner Reed and I were able to talk to each other during the week, and then we bring something to staff, and now staffs have got to communicate it with as many commissioners are up here. I think you get my point. It's just going to be a really big change for how the impact on county staff. It will be a big change, and I don't want to overlook that when we think about we want to do this right and we want to do it effectively. And you know, I understand that the desire to have it quickly, but usually speed, I think, sometimes works against effectiveness.
Well, it sounds like we have some shared consensus that our commission's recommendation is to wait for a general election and provide that feedback to Governor Kelly. And then next week we will have the opportunity to hopefully have a final discussion and opportunity to pick a map and hopefully hear a little bit more from public about that. So just a reminder to those that are with us or might listen later online, we do have a webpage on our website that you can go to see all of the background information about this discussion thus far, provide additional public comment. If you have further thoughts after tonight's discussion, we welcome them, and we will be back here to continue this conversation next Wednesday, the 21st. Without any, and this is an item with no further action. Beyond that, Sarah, do you need anything else from us? Jamie, are you good? I think so, probably. So we'll go ahead and move on to our next agenda item, 3.2. This one should be quick.
Commissioners, boy, I can't really figure this out. The next item on our agenda is related to the budget amendment for 2022. As the commission is aware, we amend our budget in the current year Each year, as we get close to the end of the year, our budget manager, Cami Owens, is also available to kind of briefly walk us through this very brief budget amendment. So I'll turn it over to Cami. Can't hear you, Cami. Nope. If not, I can try to handle it. While Cami tries to mess with her microphone, commissioners, this agenda item is just simply, we are allowed under Kansas state statute to amend our budget during the current year for unanticipated revenues and as that have changed and have actually come in relationship to how the current year has gone. So there are three funds that are proposed for budget amendments this year: the ambulance fund, special alcohol, and the grants fund. So that would be our recommendation tonight, is just to amend those three budgets. We will come back to you in January as we get into our 13th month and we wrap up the fiscal year and talk about how we actually did in terms of year-end balances and revenues received for the full year.
I can give additional information if you need that.
There you go, Cami.
Hi,
Great.
Cami.
Hi there. Sorry about that. Yeah, just to elaborate just briefly on each fund, the ambulance fund allows for additional budget authority. We expensed out 5 quarters instead of 4 due to the overlap of the changes with the LDCFM agreement in the city of Lawrence. We don't anticipate that to ever happen again, but we didn't have those numbers till closer to the end of the year. And special alcohol fund, it allows us to distribute the additional alcohol tax revenues that were received above the estimated amount in the adopted budget. And then the grants are to allow us to get that budget authority again to spend the grant funds, which are historically not included in the adopted budget, but are included in our amended budget to capture all of the expenses that we anticipate for 2022 for grant funds. And that is all I had. I stand for any questions.
Thanks, Cami. Any questions from commissioners? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and open this up for public comment. Does anybody wish to provide public comment on this agenda item? Okay, seeing no hands in the building, we'll double check for virtual hands. Okay, thanks, Sarah. Close public comment and bring this back for any comments from commissioners or a motion.
So if there's no comments, I have a quick question for Sarah. Sarah, we have to open the public hearing first. Is that correct? Or is this the public hearing?
This is the public hearing.
Okay.
So when Commissioner Reed took public comment, it's probably best to make that very clear that we were opening the public hearing and accepting public comment on the proposed amendment.
Thank you for that distinction. So I'll just go ahead and rewind a little bit and clarify that this is our public hearing to be able to adopt the amended 2022 county budget, and ask if there's anybody in the public here in person or virtually that wishes to provide comment in this hearing. Okay. Thank you for that clarification, Commissioner Kelly.
Yeah, then we just need to close the public hearing and then have a vote on the budget. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate your reminders about process. Sometimes it goes over my head. So we'll close that public hearing, bring it back for any additional comments from commissioners. Otherwise, ready for a motion to adopt that.
Make a motion to adopt the 2022 amended county budget.
Second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Great, thank you. Thanks, Cami. And with that, since we are almost at the 2-hour mark, I'm just going to suggest a brief break before we jump into our next agenda item, which might take some time. So if it's all right with commissioners, I will adjourn us until 7:25. For the break, we will Sarah, do you have anything in introduction of this? All right, then I will turn it over to you, Patrick Schmitz, when you're ready.
Good evening, commissioners, county staff, and citizens of Douglas County. We are honored to be here tonight to present to you an update on the TRC. We appreciate your and the community's patience and grace as we worked through the complexities on this project. Thank you. I stand here wearing multiple hats that I'd like to briefly share with you to set some context. I present these in order of importance, from least to most. First, I stand here as CEO of the Burt Nash Center, an agency that has been involved in bringing about this project for approximately a decade. Second, I stand here as a board member of Behavioral Health Partners, who over the last 2+ years has been dedicated to bringing this project alive. I stand here third as a founding member of BHP, the other being our partner, LMH Health, wherein we both share our community's value that collaboration amongst local colleagues is the best way to create lasting healthcare outcomes in our community. Fourth, I stand here as an over 20-year member of Rotary. This is important because we espouse to the 4-way test. Is it the truth? Is it fair to all concerned? Will it build goodwill and better friendships? And will it be beneficial to all concerned? Fifth, I stand here as a citizen of Douglas County, one whose taxes help fund this project and so many more. I am honored to pay these taxes because of the many services they make possible. But like you and all other citizens of our county, want the best value for our money that aligns with our community's values and principles. And finally, sixth, and truly the most important, I stand here as a family man, a father who knows my own family will very likely benefit from the services available by these new levels of care. I acknowledge my own family history in this space, past, present, and future. At the core of me, I am personally passionate and driven to make this vision come alive and available in a manner and fashion that your family and mine deserve. I share this with you not to put a spotlight on me, but to acknowledge that everyone who will be presenting here, and many of you in this room, wear hats like mine and many others. That drives their interest and passion for this project towards success and endurance of this important community investment. Each team member and board member presenting tonight, including those who are not, are dedicated to this project far beyond a job, a career step, or a notation on their resume. It's a life mission for them. Tonight, you will hear from several of the tremendous members of the TRC leadership team who lead the current team of 40 incredible people who have been working on building the components of this project while also carrying out some of the important services throughout our community that will eventually be available at the TRC, plus the 2 new levels of care not currently available. This team has diligently worked to address and answer the concerns expressed by our partner, the county. When they have completed that, I will return and share with you and the community the final steps we will be taking toward moving forward together. As a disclaimer to the commission, to the media, and the community, what was submitted to the county last week for posting the packet has been updated by the TRC team since they are rapidly working to update information to ensure as much real-time transparency as possible. So what you will see on the screen here in the room and online for those joining by Zoom will be slightly different. These revisions are on our part, not that of the county administration, lacking any type of transparency, nor are we trying to keep anything hidden. We are simply rapidly working to finish things, and this team wants to ensure you all have the most accurate information available. So thank you for allowing us to present the newest, most up-to-date information as possible. Wow, you really can teach somebody something here. All right, very good. So tonight, as I said, we're going to present a progress update. I'm just going to quickly overview. We're going to go through some introductions of staff. We're going to walk through the deliverables. And at the conclusion, as I said, we will talk about moving forward together. So the Treatment and Recovery Center staff. As many of you know, Dr. Cord Houston and Dr. Nana Dodson, both who work at Burton Nash, are interim directors, with Dr. Houston really taking the lead, but with some backup support by Dr. Dodson. Santana Taylor is the Director of Operations, and she will speak tonight, as will Jen Preston, our Systems Integration Manager, Bree Harmon Moore, the Clinical Manager, Jesse Belt, Clinical Nurse Educator, and Tricia Dillingham, Nurse Manager. Also here tonight is Rebecca Wall, the Executive Assistant. And there are 32 other staff members who stand ready and to serve Douglas County residents as soon as the TRC doors open, and many of them are actually providing care today throughout our community. So I'm first going to turn us over to Jen Preston, who will walk us through the first bit of information. Jen?
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you, commissioners, for listening to us tonight. And I'm Jen Preston, the Systems Integration Manager and also a long-term Douglas County resident. I'm here, let me get on the right slide, to talk to you about overview of licensure and accreditation. Right now, we do have a license. We have the PPH license, also known as the Private Psychiatric Hospital license. And the reason that we have that right now is because the crisis intervention CIC license at the state level isn't quite ready. So we would have that if it was ready, but we were able to work with KDADS, and they were great to look for other options for us. So the private psychiatric hospital license fit the bill for us right now for a temporary measure until CIC is available. But we do want to point out that just because it's a private psychiatric hospital does not mean that the TRC is a psychiatric hospital. It is a stopgap until that CIC license is available. The accreditation, why it's not a requirement to have, definitely all the TRC leadership feel really strongly about committed to continuous quality improvement. We believe the CARF standards, which is the Commission on Accreditation of Rehabilitation Facilities, is best matches with our values, our program model, and it's currently what Burton Nash is accredited by. So because of that shared relationship with Burton Nash, we have found out that the observation and stabilization unit can be included in that accreditation once the doors open. We will be able to then apply after being open for 6 months for that crisis component of our services within the CARF standards, which we do plan to do and will do. The accreditation, like I said, it would have to be after 6 months of being open. So that's a quick snapshot of licensure and accreditation. Does there any questions about those components?
You mentioned CARF is one ability or one level of of accreditation. What are the others? I think there are 2 others. Is that right?
So I would think what I meant by that is CARF right now, the accreditation that Burton Nash has covers the stabilization and observation unit component of the crisis center. Within 6 months of being open, we can then apply for the crisis component within CARF that Burton Nash doesn't have right now because they don't need that right now. So once we have 6 months of established opening and work, that's when you can then apply for that crisis component of CARF. Does that help? Yeah.
So I think I understand your question different than Jen did, and you were asking for what the other national accreditation bodies are out there. So Joint Commission is one of them, and the Council on Accreditation is the third. There may be a few others out there, but those are the biggies. Joint Commit, and I'll ask, I don't know a lot about Council on Accreditation because they don't tend to apply a lot in our space. We did evaluate Joint Commission and CARF when we were kind of looking at our thing. CARF really aligns with person-centered care and the kind of services that that Burton Nash does. That's what most community mental health centers do that. A lot of crisis centers in Kansas have done that, that are accredited. It just aligns better with our principles and our values. Not to say that Joint Commission isn't good, but they are often more hospital-based, very focused on that level of care or type of care. So it just, they have a different, both are excellent, but the model for the services anticipated at TRC we believe fit better under CARF.
I just want to expand on that question a little bit more. As I understand it, and you just alluded to assessing Joint Commission as a possibility, and you said we determined that that wasn't the best fit. Can you expand on who we is and clarify, and also give us a little bit more context about the conversation and who participated in that and how that decision came to be?
So I'm sorry, thank you for that question, because it actually predates this. Well, we were working on this while we were working on our accreditation process. When I say we, Burt Nash was evaluating which accrediting body we wanted to go after for the services that we have at Burt Nash. The hospital has had Joint Commission accreditation for a long time, but Burt Nash chose to go CARF because it aligns better with the kind of services we provide and the way we deliver care. So we, being Burt Nash, 3 years ago, made the decision to pursue CARF. It was about an 18-20 month process to get that, and that's what we received in July of this year. So does that help?
Helps a little bit. I just want to keep going further. As the BHP board discussed Joint Commission and explored that, and will you help illustrate what maybe the primary differences between the two are, such as what is it? You talk about CARF aligning better with values and Joint Commission being more hospital-based. So I'm curious, in this model of the TRC that is meant to be an integrated model of medical, behavioral health and substance use crisis intervention, what might the Joint Commission, what kind of elements does it speak to that is not included in CARF? Where might it limit the services of the TRC?
Sure. You know what I will do at this point is I'll ask Stephen O'Neill to come up because he was part of leading our effort in determining which one. He's also had a lot of conversation and involvement in the ongoing discussion. So Stephen, you want to come up?
Are you able to speak to, Patrick, with your BHP board member hat on, is that a conversation that's been a part of BHP over time, or is that a very recent discussion really just amongst, I understand that Burt Nash went for CARF only.
Right.
As far as how that applies or translates to the TRC.
Right.
Is
I would say the BHP board is aware of this. But typically boards don't get into the level of making a decision as to which accrediting body they pick. The Burt Nash Center board took the recommendation of the staff who who went through the entire process of determining which one fit best for us. It was a level of involvement. Our board, and our board has been established a very long time, did not get overly involved. And of course, they had to approve the purchase and the expense related to that, which is a different matter. But they, because our staff evaluated which fit best for us and the policies, they took the recommendation of which body versus trying to tell us which body we should go with, because the board understood that was not within their scope of decision as compared to the cost. That was obviously something they needed to pay attention to. So that's a little bit of difference between governance and the leadership day-to-day stuff. And I would say that is probably the similar approach. I can only say for myself as a board member, that's a similar approach we are taking with regards to which accrediting body fits best. This team knows what works best for them. They work within it and familiar with it. And so a tremendous amount of trust in what they bring to the table with that kind of recommendation.
Sorry to put you on pause.
No, that's fine.
Stephen.
Stephen coming up.
Stephen O'Neill, Chief Operations Officer, Burt Nash. I want to start answering your question, Commissioner Reed, by talking about kind of how accreditation is important. One of the ways in which it's used is called deemed status. That's frequently at the state level or federal level, where they will say in place of a state action or state site visit or state assessment, they will take your accreditation as deemed status, that you have met all of those requirements. For example, on the child welfare side in the state of Kansas, to provide those services, you have to be accredited. They accept COA, they accept CARF, they accept Joint Commission. KDADS has increasingly talked about deemed status for CMHCs. Both CARF and Joint Commission will be there to get that deemed status. So in that regard, it's not that one is better than the other, it's that there's two of them and they're both good, and organizations kind of select what's best for them. A second way accreditation is critically important. Typically commercial insurance, private third-party reimbursement is going to want you to be accredited to pay for the services that they're paying for. That is not always the case, but it is typically the case. And again, CARF and Joint Commission would have equal weight there. I'm not aware of a limiting factor of either accreditation statuses. I am not aware that one would prevent you from doing something, or, or that one would allow you to do something that the other one wouldn't. I have worked extensively prior to Burt Nash, had worked extensively in Joint Commission when I oversaw the services at Marillac Psychiatric Hospital before its sale to KU, and then worked a lot with COA, primarily on the child welfare side. And now I've gotten to know CARF, and I don't think any of them would be limiting in any way for the project. The TRC could certainly continue to pursue Joint Commission accreditation. I think it would potentially create a lot of redundancy and unnecessary expense. We can bring a lot of scale around supporting CARF through Burt Nash, as well as we can get that accreditation status to the project more quickly. Does that answer your question, Commissioner Reed?
It does. I appreciate it. Thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you.
My question is more around licensure. And so, and if you'll just rewind, maybe I missed something, but so it's temporarily licensed, right? And that will end on June 30th. What steps need to take place so that it can be, I mean, the way I read this, and I'm probably reading this wrong, it assumes that the CIC license will be available June 30th. That may not be the case. What steps need to be taken in order to be fully licensed and not just temporarily licensed?
As PPH.
Yeah.
We're in conversation with KDADS we're monthly at least with KDADS, so that we don't wait until the last minute for that to happen. My understanding is, and correct me if I misinterpreted this meeting with KDADS, but that there should be no stop and continuation of licensure. A provisional can go longer, is my understanding.
Yeah. So essentially, when you start a new hospital or a new clinic like this, they will start you out with a provisional license. Essentially, they look at all your material, they look at your budget, your staffing patterns and your policies, and they say, we believe you're ready to open. But they won't, and so they'll give you that provisional, right? So you can start operating, and then they will come back in at some point during that provisional status and do an on-site review and begin looking at your files, your charts, all of that kind of stuff, which didn't exist at the beginning, right? And then they will determine whether they will continue that license. So it's provisional, and then you can get it extended after that time. You're absolutely correct. The CIC regulations will not be in place by June 30, 2023. I anticipate that they will be debated quite a bit in the legislative session because there are some things that need to be fixed, not necessarily with the CIC rules, but as often legislation has a grand idea but doesn't account for all the ramifications. And I believe that is a component that has delayed the CIC rules from being finalized and out there. So push comes to shove, they'll come back, they'll do their evaluation, their survey, let's call it, and then they'll determine whether we're meeting the standard to continue. And that is really just the normal process.
Have you had any conversations with KDAD since they granted the provisional license, seeing how we're not open at this point, but we're licensed at this point? Have they shared anything with you, expressed any concerns? What's those conversations with KDAD's been like since the license was granted?
To my knowledge, they have not expressed concerns about the license and that we're not in a sense using it. I guess it would probably get to more of a conversation if there's much more time passes before we start to actually use it. Because I don't know, do we know this isn't my area. How much time do they need in terms of patient service time to schedule a review? Does anyone? They did not identify. Okay, so they did not identify the time frame, but they want us open operating before they conduct that survey. And again, part of it is, what do your charts look like? How are you documenting? How are you prescribing? Those kinds of things. And it's hard to do that without actual service.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions, commissioners?
Not at the moment. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Bree. Thank you very much.
All right. Hello, my name is Bree Harmon Moore, and I'm the clinical program manager at the TRC, and I'm also a Douglas County resident.
Bree, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Can I ask you to just talk a little bit closer to the microphone? I
Absolutely.
know it's a little uncomfortable. Thank you.
It's okay. Absolutely. All right. I'm going to talk a little bit about our staffing at the TRC. From a staffing perspective, we are ready to open. We have 40 staff and we are comprised of behavioral health specialists, nurses, therapists, and nurse practitioners. We're all here ready to serve. We are continually growing our staffing and continuing to hire as our building capacity and our patient population grows. So we're just being really mindful of continuing to grow our staff as our patient population builds. We have completed all of our work plans and workflows and staffing plans. And those were submitted, I believe, to you guys for review as well. Initially, our leadership had identified some challenges with having two facilities that were hiring staff. We had some hiring from Burt Nash and we also had staff hired from LMH. And that was a bit of a challenge for our leadership team. Just having different staff in the same building that had different policies, different time cards, different, all HR was different. And so it made things challenging for us in a management perspective. So we were able to address that with our board and did determine that the best fit for that would be to move all of the staff under Burt Nash. And we have initiated that and have all plans for all of the LMH staff, existing LMH staff, to be transitioned to Burt Nash by the first of the year. And the HR staff at Burt Nash have been fantastic and have gotten that all streamlined. So there's no discontinuation of anything for any of our LMH staff. It's been very smooth. We do not have any leased staff. I think that was an issue at the beginning, was different staff from different areas were coming in. And we are working with DECA at this point for peer support services. That's still kind of like in limbo. So that is in process. And I think that is all. Do you all have questions for me?
Thank you. I wonder if you can just expand a little bit on the training and what kind of best practices and training modules you have specifically done or maybe are still developing that sort of meets the need of these new services or expanded services that don't exist quite yet in our community.
Yes, that is actually our next slide. We
Okay.
have Jesse coming to talk about that. So,
Do
yes.
commissioners have other questions for Bree at this time?
With this microphone tonight. So I have some questions about the co-medical directors. I think throughout the discussion around the TRC, even way back when, it was said that we must have a full-time medical director in the building. This is a shared medical director, so I'm just trying to understand, how much time they'll be there, how much time they're committed to their other work at Bert Nash. Just help us understand that.
Sure. Yeah, Dr. Dodson really is backup for Dr. Houston in case he was out or something. She would be there to help out. So it's just kind of a backup. Or Dr. Houston will be there full days on Thursdays and available the rest of the time. Honestly, and quite frankly, when we originally conceived of the operation years ago, there was never the intent to have a full-time medical director, even when the facility was going to be a 40,000 square foot building, having the capacity to serve a lot more. We determined at some point during the process, through collaboration with all of the partners, that there was a desire to put somebody in there full time. And if we proceed with that, that will be a fair amount of expense, and that's something we're willing to consider. And actually, when Stephen comes up, he can talk a little bit about the budget and some of the implications and how he has planned for that. But it's pretty unrare for a facility this size to have a full-time medical director in the building, 40 hours, 50 hours a week. Honestly, when I was in Iowa, ran a very large in terms of size. We covered 11 counties. That's what I mean by size. We had our medical director, Dr. Dean, was also the medical director for 2 psychiatric hospitals and 2 other community mental health centers, and that was the norm. So the idea that we have to have a full-time, always present medical director is something we need to discuss. That said, there will be medical professionals in the building at all times. You will see that in the staffing. We have a very significant presence of nurses. We have nurse practitioners who are always backed up by that medical director. So I hope that answers your question, or maybe raises even more.
It does. It's just, I've sat on this commission when we've talked about the need for psychiatrists in our community, and we don't have enough. And then so to spread this out surprises me.
Right. Again, the sense again is we did not want to not have a redundant backup in case Dr. Houston got sick or something. So that's why we said we're going to do co-medical directors. So there's always that backup for Dr. Houston with Dr. Dodson. So does that answer that question? I feel like I may have missed something there.
I'll sit with that for now. Yeah,
Okay, thank you. And again, this is part of the ongoing conversation.
Bree, can I ask you, and this actually might be a question for staff, the staffing plans and all of the work plans that were submitted, were those supposed to be active links? Because I didn't have access to them through that. And I know they came later in the email, and that also wasn't.
I want to clarify that. I just received a flash drive with those tonight. That's the first I've received of them. So
right.
they've not been distributed they've not been reviewed by staff, and they've not been distributed to the county commission.
Right.
Thank you.
So being very mindful of the type of content those links were going to give access to. The links are there, but they weren't active for the general public or anyone else. Because again, it's some of that is proprietary, some of that is kind of sensitive information. So the links, again, Sarah will have all of that information. You can share every bit of it with you. I know she'll share it with her team who's evaluating all of that. So yeah, that's why those links weren't live or active.
Thanks.
Any other questions for me before training?
I don't think so.
Okay,
Thanks, Bree.
I'll hand off to Jesse. He's going to talk about training.
Yeah, first, thank you, commissioners, for taking the time to hear us tonight. I really appreciate that. My name is Jesse Belt. I am the clinical nurse educator for the Treatment and Recovery Center. I've been working at the TRC for almost a year now. I started in January of this year. For my first 6 months, I worked full-time night shift in the emergency room at Lawrence Memorial Hospital, and my job there was to be the nurse for the mental health unit. Prior to working at the TRC, I worked for 2 years at Strawberry Hill, which is KU's psychiatric hospital in Kansas City. And prior to that, I worked at Cottonwood Incorporated here in town, a system of group homes for people with autism. And prior to that, I learned public speaking from Mr. Plinsky. Lifelong Lawrence resident, I'm excited to talk about our training program. Some important guiding principles for me when we began to design our training program were things I encountered when working at Strawberry Hill. I think the first thing that really opened my eyes about providing mental health care is working with people with schizophrenia and other thought disorders, or people maybe that are having a panic attack or are deep in a depression. It can be such a challenge to stand side by side with somebody who is experiencing a reality so different from ours. But that challenge is also an extreme honor to be side by side by somebody. And it means a lot to when patients show up to us to be able to provide that care in a meaningful way. Another thing that stood out to me from my time there was I often took care of people from Lawrence that were being transported up to Kansas City to receive 24/7 mental health care. And we sometimes would kind of share this joking feeling of, how the heck did we get to Kansas City? You know, I want to work in mental health and you want to receive mental health care. The third kind of guiding principle for our training program is just a belief that there is a right way to provide mental health care. And when I say right way, I don't mean you have to do X, Y, and Z exactly the way that I think you should. I'd be a bad educator if I felt that way. But the way that we feel is the right way to provide mental health care is that to make it apparent at every interaction with a client that they know that the person they're interacting with is somebody who cares deeply about what they're going through, who is knowledgeable about the diagnoses they may be facing, and who wants to help them find the best path forward while letting them maintain their dignity and their independence. That is the right way. And those are the things that we think about when we design our training program. It took me 2 seconds to get on a tangent, I'm sorry. When we began to design our training program, in the early stages of this project, we were looking at the CIC draft regulation at the private psychiatric hospital license. We were looking at different accreditation standards. I was very happy to learn that the kind of minimal training for a lot of those different license or accreditations were very, very similar, that they share kind of a baseline required training. We're talking things like infection prevention, medication management, crisis intervention. So we designed a training that meets all of those tick boxes using a variety of methods. We use some online trainings through a program called Relias, which is used all across the country for mental health care. That can provide us a lot of really good in-depth training from experts. We modify that with in-person trainings led by myself or sometimes some other people, oftentimes led by the people I'm training themselves, because I may be training a therapist who has been, therapizing longer than I've been alive. So we rely a lot on each other's expertise. But one of the things I learned is that minimum training that is required by those licenses, I've worked some other places that they kind of stop at that minimum, and we felt strongly wanted to go above and beyond that minimum and really supplement that with some trainings that we know are necessary from clinical experience. So the course of our education program, safety is number one, and empathy is right there with it. I hope I've already made that clear that all of us that work here, we feel very strongly that as Patrick mentioned earlier, this isn't just a job for people that work in mental health. It's something that we seek out to provide care, and we support some training so that people feel comfortable providing care in what can sometimes be a hectic environment in mental health care. We want to be flexible and we want to demonstrate a high degree of clinical knowledge. I think a better way to explain those is just to go straight to the areas that we focus in. First is suicide prevention. That is first and foremost on our minds all the time. And we think about this a couple different ways in our training program. First is for the areas of the clinic that are more outpatient focused, so the access center where patients may come for an hour or so and then leave. We have to be as sure as we can be during that hour that we've talked about the person's mental health and what risks there may be for suicide. The way that we assess this is a number of ways, but we use a validated tool called the Columbia Suicide Severity Rating Scale, which is used all across the country. It's a set of 6 questions to quickly get at the heart of the suicidality somebody may be feeling. So we use that tool and we train on it. And we also talk about some of the shortcomings that validated tools have sometimes, which is that, well, they're a validated tool that tell you verbatim what to ask. And so we train our staff when doing this questionnaire to make it feel natural, to make it be part of the conversation. I think we all can attest when sometimes you go to the doctor's office and they start asking questions and you just start saying no because you don't want to bother anybody. And that kind of social inhibition is the thing we want to avoid. Another key factor of suicide prevention that we train on, it's standard practice when you leave a hospital or a mental health clinic to be given the number for 988 or various crisis text lines. It's great to give those out. It's been my experience, though, that there are some reasons that people may not utilize those resources that we're aware of and we train on. I think number one, I take care of a lot of adolescents in the emergency department. We tell them, hey, this line is free and it's confidential. They're still worried that mom or dad's going to get some kind of bill on their T-Mobile account that's going to say, hey, my kid called this. And, it's sad that we have kids out there that's a concern of theirs, but it is a concern. And we want to remove that concern by telling them it truly is confidential. It truly is free. There's no bill. Something we explain to our patients. The existence of a text line for younger people is also important. For more, I hesitate to say inpatient side, but the 24/7 hour area, so observation, stabilization, suicide prevention on those units is important as well. A big part of why we have nurses on the unit and specialists is to maintain safety on the unit. Some of the ways that we do that is through safety monitoring. We have 4 different levels of safety monitoring, and all 4 of them are kind of standard used across the country. I'm happy to explain more during questions if you like. I hate to bore people if it's unnecessary, though. It's kind of the nuts and bolts of how often we monitor somebody based on what risk factors they're showing us. And also we open the door to talk about suicide and other thoughts of self-harm when discussing ourselves and discussing with patients. And part of how to do that effectively and how we train our staff is to let them know what's going to happen if they do come up and say, hey, it's 2 a.m. I'm really not okay right now. I'm feeling suicidal. And they need to know that we're not going to panic. We're not going to, run around and have this big moment about it. It's our job to be there to talk about it. We know that feeling understood is one of the bridges of life when we're talking about saving lives in mental health. And so we want our staff to feel comfortable talking about suicide. And it takes some practice to feel comfortable talking about this. For expected symptoms and behaviors of various diagnoses, we break our diagnoses training down into straight up mental health, depression, anxiety, bipolar. We talk about some of the very fine differences between those, interventions for each one, medications for each one, different types of therapies for each one. We do the same thing for personality disorders, which is a population that you see a lot of treatment for, especially current treatment for, as we were actually talking about in a training earlier today. So we talk about what those disorders mean, the behaviors we might see from those, and how we can help support positive behaviors and positive life-changing steps in those. We also devote a training to substance use disorder. First and foremost in that, we explain chemically how addiction happens for people, because it's, there's stigma all around mental health, but especially in substance use. So we want to be sure that our staff know chemically what's happening for somebody that is struggling with substance use and how we can help with a really good program. A nationwide program is medication-assisted treatment, which is the gold standard for supporting people that are going through detox and withdrawal. We do that as part of medication management as well. It's where we talk about MAT, as we call it. We also talk about 6 main classes of mental health medications that target each, kind of different subset groups of clinical diagnoses. For verbal de-escalation, we use a program called CPI, that's Conflict Prevention Institute. Everywhere I've ever worked that does verbal de-escalation uses CPI because their verbal de-escalation program is very, very good. It breaks down the process of becoming activated, as they call it, into a series of steps, symptoms you might see at each step, and interventions you can try at each step. So it's a really great program. We're happy to use it. For physical safety, we use a program called Safe Clinch to train our staff on physical safety. I mentioned CPI a moment ago. They have a physical section as well that some other places I've worked have used that requires you to go through 2 hours of training every 1 or 2 years, depending on your facility. We make people do a heck of a lot more Safe Clinch training than that. You do 8 hours before your first clinical shift, and then 2 hours every 3 months, which comes out to 14 hours a year at least, if I'm doing the math right. It can be a little bit weird, I think, sometimes to talk about physical safety on a mental health unit publicly. It's one of those things where having staff that are trained and feel comfortable in keeping themselves and patients safe, it's important. And the more that we trust our physical safety skills, we're able to use our verbal de-escalation skills much, much longer when we feel safe on the unit. And some other parts of physical safety are the roundings that I was talking about, and, educating how our building is safe, how staff can interact to keep the building safe, what functions we have. And lastly, inclusiveness, diversity, equity, and belonging. This is one of those things where we have a formal talk on it that was led by Verdell Taylor, who's one of the great LMH employees. And we also try to incorporate this into every training just by being role models of if you know better than me on something, please, by all means, say so. And by practicing cultural humility at every turn. So never going into a situation thinking, I know what's happening here, because we don't know until we ask and somebody tells us. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jesse. I appreciate that. And thank you, fellow commissioners, I have a lot of interest in the training piece of it, so I appreciate the detail. I just want to understand from a structural perspective. You talked about some of those pieces of training that will require sort of retraining or continuing education. So structurally, what is the plan for whose responsibility is it going to be that everybody remains up to date and that those trainings remain in effect for any turnover that might happen? And also just want to clarify, all those trainings that you discussed at the different levels, is that we talked about 40 current staff members. Is everybody trained in the same thing?
Yeah.
So collectively, the entire staff has the same training, even though they have different roles and may not necessarily have the same interactions during their shifts.
Yeah, so I'll answer the first question first about kind of how we keep track of everything and whose responsibility that is. Primarily, it is mine. I keep records on all trainings. I have people sign in to all trainings. All trainings that are those minimum trainings I talked about that were required by licensure, I have a quiz for each one of those that people fill out by the end of the class, which gives me a record that they were there and that they have a good understanding of the subject. So I keep those records. We do have a backup for our training system. Burt Nash uses a system called Relias, which is their housing for all of their online trainings. I am able to design my own training programs, and we all are able to. For instance, I have a training program called TRC Orientation, where it has everything that they're supposed to go through initially. And if there's a quiz or not, whoever leads the training will mark that person attended and passed or failed the quiz. And we're able to set timers on those courses, so it can pop up due again in 6 months or due again in a year, depending on how we need it. So it's kind of a combo of paper and technology to back that up. You mentioned turnover. We do formal onboarding once a month now, where we do all of these kind of the minimum stuff all together. And then when people leave the TRC, we keep their records for a long period of time, just in case we ever get audited and people want to see those training records. So we have a filing cabinet that we keep locked that's just dedicated to old records. For your second question about whether those 40 current staff were trained and whether or not they were all together, they were trained. Well, they are trained. So, one of the challenges, I took this job in May after many of us had worked at the TRC already. And so some of us that have been here the longest kind of went through piecemeal training. For instance, I would do 1 week where I tried to get everybody through Safe Clinch Class 1, and the next week everybody would get through medication management. Through Burt Nash Orientation, we're able to dedicate time within over a whole week to get everybody to do that together. And we're in the middle of that week right now. I'm glad to not be losing my voice today from talking all day. And to your point, we do have all disciplines in the same room together, which something I'm really excited about. I've not had another place that does that. So the orientation group I'm leading today is actually a therapist and a unit coordinator. And so when we're talking about personality disorders and different diagnoses, the therapist is able to tell everybody, things that they've experienced. I'm able to share experiences from KU, and unit coordinator is able to talk about, things they've seen happening even in lobbies and waiting rooms and how they can help prepare.
Thank you, Jesse. Any further questions for Jesse at this time?
So you talked about internal training procedures. I know you also interact with, the plan is to interact with especially law enforcement, but other kind of outside entities. What's that training look like? Will law enforcement also kind of receive training through you on the Safe Clinch and the CPI training, so that there's a common language across some of our service personnel?
Yeah, that's a great question. I'll kind of answer that in a couple different parts. I think first, so just for a general idea of training for law enforcement and EMS, we've got the conversation rolling in a couple different areas. We have a field guide for EMS ambulance drivers to decide if they pick somebody up, are they safe to come to the TRC or do they need to go to the emergency department first? So we have a field guide that we modeled off of another place, our medical director and the director of Lawrence Fire Services and one of the doctors in the ED all agreed on that. It just kind of made sense to have these be our medical criteria. So we have that. As far as actual trainings go for law enforcement and EMS, we've had what's happening so far in that area is that we've been giving a lot of tours to law enforcement. They've been coming through, sheriff or police in Lawrence, and they come through, and it's kind of a two-way thing because we say where we want them to go when they bring patients, and they tell us, hey, you need to watch out about this or that kind of safety issue. So it's kind of a good way to communicate. Chief Lockhart has requested that we wait a little bit to do formal training with them until we have a designated opening date, because he is, as also I am as an educator, a little bit worried if we provide training too early, it's gone by the time we actually need it. But if you recall, Chief Lockhart was at our open house in July and was already talking about how that process might work. So we've got good relationships and a good way to move forward. The second part of your question was if they'll be involved in SACLINCH or CPI training. We're not planning on that at this time. There's separate trainings for mental health awareness, I suppose, that officers can go through. But I think one bit of hope I can provide, when I was working in the ED, very, very commonly I would receive patients from police officers, and it is my job as a nurse to very quickly get information from them and see if they need anything, and also very quickly let them get back to their job. And that's something that I feel passionate, and you believe it's something they feel passionate about too. So that's what we're going to build our training off of. How quickly can we get a good routine going where everybody has the information they need?
Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate all the training you're doing as a teacher. Thank you. Just a little bit of clarity on the law enforcement and EMT and dispatch training. If we're ready to open, are we ready to open even if we haven't done that training yet? I mean, what does that look like? I can totally see like when do I do the training?
Mhm.
And yet they want us to have an open date and talk to me a little bit about how that
Sure.
works.
I see where that question comes from. So our idea with our phase opening plan is to not accept emergency patients initially. When I say emergency, I mean brought in by some other party, whether it's EMS or law enforcement. We would like to, trying to say this, diplomatically, the patients that come in via EMS or law enforcement sometimes tend to be a little bit more activated, and their crisis tends to be a little bit more external at times. And so in the meantime, we'd like to continue to have those patients go to the ED as they do now. We feel very ready in our training programs and our workflows, but as with every place that opens, whether it's a crisis center or Jimmy John's, we're going to find stuff that isn't working quite right. And so we want to work out some of those kinks on some patients that aren't on the same time crunch that you are when you're being brought in by emergency services.
So that begs if we're not accepting patients who are in that high level of crisis yet, we're not ready to do any involuntary holds yet either, are we?
See Patrick.
Yeah, so that's a great question with respect to involuntary holds. There are no regulations right now that require us to do involuntary holds. And since even though we have, and that's true of a PPH, a private psychiatric hospital does not have to accept involuntary holds. That is something they optionally can decide to do as a facility. Now, as to a CIC, Crisis Intervention Center codes, those codes, when they are finalized, if they come out in the version that we all anticipate, what they will allow for that facility to do is to initiate an involuntary hold of somebody for up to, I think it's 72 hours. It does not speak to them accepting involuntary holds, which is a different, the person's already on that hold, they're already involuntarily civilly committed. The CIC regulations don't address at this point that I'm aware of, or in the conversations, that would be something that we would be expected to do. So it's a little bit of a nuance there. But as Jesse was indicating in terms of day one opening, it is not the intent to take on those that law enforcement, EMS. But as we talk about the phased in opening, that time frame, it will not be extended. And I'm not going to get into the specifics of that. That's what this team will do, if I remember. So I hope that answers your question. In terms of training law enforcement, again, Chief Lockhart, Chief Llewellyn have both said, I don't want you to train our teams too early because they will forget. So once we know an opening date, that's when we'll begin training. I anticipate that if a decision is made to open it, it's not going to be, hey, tomorrow. It's going to be some period of time that will allow this team then to quickly push forward what they probably already have designed in terms of how to get the information out, how to train the teams at LMF, Lawrence Fire Medical, and the Sheriff's Department and PD. Does that help?
It does. And maybe we need to talk about this later, but my understanding when we talked about the crisis center was that many of those individuals in our community who were in crisis and were a danger to themselves or others were going to the emergency room or were going to our jail. Part of the opening of the recovery center was so that we could reduce those numbers, but we're not ready to do that yet, right?
We will do that. We will expand to that rapidly. One of the things that Sarah has often said, start crawling before you start walking, before you start running. And we're being very mindful of that. And this team is very mindful of that advice. And again, their suggested phase plan is actually fairly rapid to move right quickly into being able to accept that second level. I will call it, I don't know what you guys call it, but I'll just call it a second level. And Jesse, do you want to add any more? No, or Stephen? Stephen can.
I'll have a follow-up that might just help clarify for me, if that's okay.
And I've got an answer to your medical director question too, Commissioner Kelly, when I come up to talk about the budget. So we'll be able to initiate an involuntary hold day one. So if someone is in the facility and they are at risk of harm to themselves or others, we have the capability to do that state care and treatment assessment and say this person is in need of care and prevent them from leaving, which is related, but not the same as we'll be ready day one to have law enforcement just start bringing everyone there. There still will be people day one that they can bring. And then I also want to differentiate between an involuntary hold and an involuntary treatment. A crisis intervention center is never designed to do involuntary treatment. It is merely a mechanism by which we can leverage the state statute to hold somebody at a crisis intervention center until we can get them into involuntary care in treatment. Although Kansas, interestingly, is one of the few states where a judge can court order someone to treatment in the community. It doesn't even have to be in a facility. But if the team is working with someone day one and they are at imminent risk of harm to themselves or someone else, and they want to leave, we would have the ability to prevent them from doing that. So again, that's kind of related, but different from day one law enforcement. There will be folks day one that we would still prefer law enforcement bring to the ED. The other thing is, I think we will see, if we think about involuntary care and treatment, that represents a very small percentage of people in acute psychiatric crisis. I've worked almost exclusively as a clinician. My time was exclusively in the provision of crisis services. It is a very small percentage of folks that would be involuntary. And usually with time, most people are willing to accept treatment. But again, if someone is there and they are at imminent risk of harm to self or others, day one, the team is trained in everything they need to do to prevent that person, to keep that person safe. And I want to be really careful because, as Jesse mentioned, when we talk about involuntary care and we talk about what it implies to keep somebody somewhere against their will, those are very, very serious discussions. I have probably initiated over 200 involuntary commitments as a licensed clinical social worker in my time, and it never feels good to do that, because you're fundamentally taking from somebody something that is most precious to all of us, and that's the ability to make our own choices and go where we want to go and do what we want to do. I hope that helps answer your question, but day one, we would of course be prepared to treat the full range of risk. We're just, for a very short time, and you'll notice it is a very short time, want to ease into taking law enforcement, just anyone. They could still bring in a lot of folks, but there would be a certain type of person where the ED for a short period of time is going to be the most appropriate place. I hope that helps.
This was very helpful.
Yes.
So I'm gonna still ask you a follow-up also. So when we say involuntary hold, is that a specific term that is within some of this involuntary care that might mean protection from themselves and for others?
So the care and treatment statute allows for certain types of folks to make a determination that someone is at imminent risk of harm to self or others. Once that decision is made, a petition is made through probate court, and there's 72 hours before they go before a judge. And the petitioner has to show up to that hearing, and ultimately the judge makes a determination about what happens after that. So the hold is really about the time period between when the doctor or the licensed mental health professional says imminent risk of harm to self or others. There's also some failure of self-care. That's a third, not as often used criteria as the other two, and it's really harder to kind of prove that. But the hold is about what happens between when the licensed mental health professional says unsafe, and that individual can get before a probate court and have the judge make that determination.
And so the involuntary hold is something that not only could happen within our community, but if we were licensed for that and available for that, other communities could ask for us to use that facility.
That is correct. And many of the crisis centers in Kansas do serve multiple communities. And as far as the care and treatment goes, Commissioner Willie, I mean, if you were at imminent risk of harm to yourself or others and we were out in the street, I could do the paperwork and the petition there. And if the sheriff was amenable to transporting you, I mean, we could do that in the street. That's not, the care and treatment statute's not specific to being in the facility. What the regs will allow us to do is hold somebody in this new facility type, which is the Crisis Intervention Center.
So what kind of precipitates some of this question is just understanding the level of care, but also, correct me if I'm wrong, but LDCFM has a policy that if a person, if there's a medical call out to a attempted suicide, that person must go to, at this point, the ED. I've been told by state statute, I don't know if that's exactly the full thing there, but that would fall under involuntary care, because they don't have the choice to deny that transport. But that's a totally different thing from this involuntary hold. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Any other questions on that before I give it back to Jesse?
Not yet.
I don't have any questions on that, but I do appreciate your clarification, Stephen. That was a very helpful distinction, and want to reiterate and appreciate the point you put on this is a very small percentage of the potential patients that we're talking about. But I do think that it's an important one to talk about, and it's one that I hear a lot of public conversation and concern about, trying to understand what that might look like and how do we provide the best care and the most, with a harm reduction lens and the ability to try and maintain local connection and community for those folks is an important piece of it. So I appreciate the distinction and know that this is, while it's a small percentage of folks to talk about and it's kind of a weird conversation to have publicly, it is one that a lot of people have curiosity about and that understanding. And I'd say that's especially true recently. And I also I'm surprised. Maybe it's fair to say I'm a little disappointed, but I want to be open to understanding why. the goal is to phase open without accepting those law enforcement or EMS, because from my perspective, that's been a fundamental part of the conversation since day one. So I just want to put that out there that I have some more, I feel like that's a piece of this to have some more discussion about and to try and have a better understanding of that. Because I do think that to me has been central to what a lot of people expect from this center when it opens. And it feels like a potentially a significant piece of opening it up successfully and really helping start to achieve some of those goals, like Commissioner Kelly mentioned, being a true alternative to our jail. You don't have to answer anything to that
No,
right now, but just want to
Well-
state that that's a reaction I have.
I do think that day one, it's still going to have a significant impact on the ED and on the jail. Most of the people that are going to the emergency department are not there on an involuntary basis. And even those folks that are there on an involuntary basis, it's not that we can't take any referrals, it's that there's going to be for a very short window of time, when you review the opening plan, you'll see this is not a long period of time. We just want the team to get the facility open and make sure everything, both operationally and from a physical plan and property standpoint, is working the way it should before we take on those most high-risk clients. To me, it is about safety and how do we do it best and how do we do it right. And it's not months, it's weeks to get up to that. There's no intention not to serve those most vulnerable folks. And I'm willing to guess that Jesse and Trisha and the team know who those folks are from their years of work in the emergency department. These are folks we know by name and we care about, and we want to make the facility ready for them. So I hope that adds some clarity there.
Thank you, Stephen.
Any other training questions?
No.
And then
thank
Stephen,
you.
I think it's you for finance next.
I do want to address real quick the medical director question here, Commissioner Kelly. There is a full-time medical director in the proposed budget. So the move forward intention would be to have a full-time psychiatrist dedicated to the facility. When the previous medical director departed, we had to put something in place to support the team. Rob and Preet, who are back here, two of our medical providers, they need leadership and supervision from a psychiatrist, and we felt compelled to provide what we could at that time. Recruiting for a replacement under the current circumstances would be challenging. So I think, again, if we can get clarity and some move forward there, it would be a big ask for a psychiatrist to commit to something that we're still working through. But the intent is to have a full-time psychiatrist where all they do is support that facility. You will notice in the proposed budget, a third of their time is dedicated to administrative duties. Given the psychiatry shortage that we have to prioritize our precious provider time for seeing patients. And we have got to support them administratively. So our psychiatrists, the plan will be for them to have time to attend those meetings, to lead and to do those things, but also in a facility of our size, they will be seeing patients. And that would be, I think, pretty consistent with what you would see. But there is a full-time, 100% dedicated psychiatrist in the budget, along with nearly 4 advanced nurse practitioners. So I want to talk a little bit about the financial model and kind of an update on the TRC and where we're at. So over the past month, I have been working with the team to take a look at the budget and realign that budget with our understanding of available revenues. We submitted a draft budget to county staff yesterday. This is a budget that is going to continue to evolve in a positive way. It should not get it worse from an expense standpoint as we continue again to work with it. And we've made, I hope you will be, it will inspire confidence when you have an opportunity to review the budget. Associated with that is a 16-page budget narrative and several charts that overlay finances with staffing so that you can see over time how the budget ramps up, along with how does staffing ramp up, and then how many patients can we serve over time as budget increases and staffing increases. So the budget that was submitted yesterday is on the expense side, totals approximately $7.6 million. So I want to talk about at least my perspective of how the revenue works for a facility like this. So the first source of revenue will always be health insurance. Health insurance is the primary mechanism by which healthcare services are paid for, reimbursed. I think around the world, but definitely here in the United States. And when we talk about health insurance in the context of this program, it's important to separate Medicaid revenue from other health insurance revenue. And that is because in the state of Kansas, under the newly adopted CCBHC model, behavioral health under Medicaid is reimbursed very differently than it was before under a fee-for-service model. CCBHC is a cost-based reimbursement model, and it takes the total cost of CCBHC care at Burt Nash and divides that over 90,000 patient visits that happen at Burt Nash each year. And then even though it's total expense divided by total visits, we only get paid from Medicaid when the person has Medicaid. We only get paid our daily rate. So if I get therapy and Blue Cross Blue Shield's paying for it, it's still a CCBHC visit and counts on the bottom line, but Medicaid's not paying for it, so it doesn't trigger what's called our PPS or prospective payment system rate. Of the visits, of those 90,000 visits that Burt Nash provides in a year, 56 to 65% of those are attributable to the Medicaid population. What this means for the TRC is Burt Nash, through the CCBHC model, will always pay for between 56 and 65% of the total operating cost of the facility. That is because 100% of what happens in the context of the treatment and recovery center is considered CCBHC eligible service. When we did our cost report, it was in April of 22, and the budget that we were provided at that time was approximately $4.9 million. So when you review the proposed budget for 23, to be very conservative, I projected Burt Nash's support off of the available CCBHC revenue we have today, which was 56% of 4.9 million. However, and I note this in the budget narrative, we may have the opportunity to renegotiate with the state prior to our planned rebase, which our planned rebase would be the end of 23. So if we can't do it sooner, worst case scenario, at the end of 23, we toss the 7.6 million in our cost report. It goes through the cost report funnel, and Burt Nash would be able to support 56 to 65% of that 7.6 through CCBHC. So every time anyone receives a service at Burt Nash, if it's paid for by Medicaid, approximately $59 of that currently goes to support the services at the TRC, whether they happen there or not. Any questions on CCBHC financing or revenue before I go on to commercial insurance?
No, not at this point, but I'm excited to see that budget and budget narrative. So that
Yes.
hasn't come to us yet. I imagine that's been a pretty recent addition.
Yeah, it wouldn't have
Okay.
been reasonable for you to have seen it yet, given when I sent it. So, yeah. When it comes to commercial revenue, Burt Nash currently is contracted with many major insurers, Cigna, Aetna, United, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Kansas, and then all of their affiliated products. The vast majority of services that the TRC provides are covered under those existing agreements. We are currently working to amend our agreements to cover all three, any service that would happen across all three service lines, the observation and the stabilization. There are a number of ways to come at that. And this is getting really technical, but what we're going to do is use what are called CPT or HCPCS codes. They're common sort of medical coding terminologies really tied to the provision of outpatient or community-based care. And that's our first pitch to negotiate these, but that is underway, and some of these could be resolved in the coming weeks. The commercial insurers are sort of really eager to get the TRC added to our agreements because they see it would be of benefit to their patients. But right now we could cover a lot of what happens in the TRC. I will say from a patient volume standpoint and overall revenue standpoint, commercial insurance may be not an insignificant percentage of the access center or that sort of walk-in crisis clinic. When we look at moving beyond that, if you look at regional or national data on who's consuming crisis observation and stabilization, you're primarily looking at folks that are uninsured or have Medicaid. Now, it is not to say that folks with commercial insurance won't benefit from that and won't have access to it, but financially, commercial revenue is not going to be a primary driver for a facility like this. It is just not. And I did a 4-year look back, which I reference in the budget narrative, evaluating payer mixes at both the LMHED and Burt-Nash. That is an area of the budget that will evolve as we negotiate those contracts and have more clarity about, again, how we get those reimbursed. The second source of revenue, in my mind, sort of in order of payer of resort, would be the state crisis intervention center funds. Currently for FY23, the state has earmarked $3.1 million to go to Douglas County to support a crisis intervention center. We've talked extensively with KDADS about this. They have the money. They want to release the money. That is for FY23. So that their fiscal year would end in the summer. But their intent would be to support the crisis center, not just our crisis centers, but all crisis centers on an ongoing basis. The ongoing mechanism for that is supposed to be the state lottery fund. That's not generating sufficient revenue to support the demand that is being placed on the state to support the crisis centers. So the 3.1 that is slotted for Douglas County for 23 is actually from the state general fund. But in my mind, that it should be the payer of second resort. And then in my mind, the payer of third resort would be the county. So there are both, I think, philosophical as well as cost accounting reasons why we would want to cascade it in this way. First, I'll address like the philosophical reasons. So I think the county, and this is consistent with the agreement the county has with Burt-Nash, your investment in us is really about supporting folks that have sort of nowhere else to turn or no other recourse. So we would have exhausted all other resources before we lean on that county resource. So that is sort of, I think, the philosophical reason. The cost accounting reason is, as CCBHC works, if someone is paying for a thing that is not the state, we cannot include that in our cost report, because you can't have the same person pay for the same thing twice. But in Kansas, well, in any state, but especially Kansas without Medicaid expansion, CCBHC does not pay. CCBHC pays 100% of the cost of care for the Medicaid population. It pays 0 for the uninsured. So the argument is pretty compelling that if you're buying a service for the uninsured, that nothing else is paying for that, that CCBHC is not paying for that. That is something that I learned when working with our cost consultants from CohnReznick. They were really, really helpful. In fact, Bert Nash negotiated the highest PPS rate in the state. You would probably have to go to one of the coasts to find one as high as ours is. And again, there's a cost accounting reason why I think this is tremendously important when we talk about maximizing other revenue streams. So I'll pause and ask for any questions there.
So I want to make sure. In our packet, we had 6.5 to 7 million. The number that we've heard so far was 6 million. So between Friday and today, we're at 7.6 million.
There was a range of 6.5 to 7 million. The budget that I inherited was 8.9 million. The 7.6 happened between last week and this week. And again, when you have a chance to review the packet, we did make some assumptions that weren't conservative. And I say that like this is the most expensive way to do this. And I try to note that in the budget narrative. But the staffing ratios and all of that are really consistent that we used to build to those standards.
In fairness to Stephen, he was handed that budget, I think, on Wednesday morning, and we had to submit something to county by Thursday afternoon. So he really had very limited time to really dive into it. He and finance team spent almost the entire weekend working through with the staff to try to firm this up better. So that's one of those areas of why it had to change. And again, in all attempt to be incredibly transparent and timely about that information.
Handed which budget on Wednesday? The 6.5 to 7.0 budget
No,
or the 8.9
The
million?
8.9 is the last budget that was submitted by the previous executive director to the county was 8.9 million. I think especially where we're at right now, what I'd want you to take away from the slide. So if we figure a $7.6 million budget and we multiply that by 56 or 65%, and then we add in 3.1 million in state funding, the delta is within striking distance of the $2.8 million through Prop 1. In fact, when you look at the budget, we project two scenarios. We project a 56% and a 65% scenario, and we do a month every month. You'll see the delta in each of those scenarios between those first two revenue pots and our expenses. And for 23, the 3.1 million. So, we could assume that the state would continue to fund it at that level on the back half of the year. The other thing we could do is front load the 3.1 million and backload the CCBHC support from Bert Nash, because there's nothing that says that Bert Nash has to give that in any certain way. So at least for 23, we could manage it. We could manage it that way. But I feel like the budget that you will review demonstrates that this is a facility that can operate with the revenues that it has available to it. And as we get better over time about operating the facility and getting efficiencies, we can control expenses. And I think there's opportunity to learn more about what commercial insurance will bring to the facility. And I do make assumptions in that in the budget, and I try to articulate those. And I plan on submitting another revised 23 budget as I continue to take in new information. And again, it's going to go down. It's not going to go up. And then I'll also be submitting a 2024 budget next week as well. The big thing that will happen in 24 is the Burton Ash portion will get a lot bigger because instead of being based on the 4.9 that's in our current cost report, we can base it off of the 7.6. So you're taking the 56% of a much larger number. I'm sorry that I got really in the weeds there, but this is something that I'm really passionate about. And something I take very seriously. And I'm really open to all your questions and feedback and thoughts through this process so that we can build something that's sustainable for our community, not just today, but into the future.
I, for one, appreciate all the budget weeds that you can offer, and I'm excited to hear that we're kind of dialing in on some of the basic questions that we've been wanting to have answered, which is, can we be financially stable and sustainable? And so I'm excited to look through the budget document when I get that and pester you with further questions at that time too.
Yeah, I would look forward to that. And again, a huge part of healthcare is figuring out how to make it work financially for the people that we're trying to serve. And I think that's why, I take this so seriously. Any other questions?
Stephen, I do appreciate the discussion and I'm very much looking forward to reviewing that budget. Because some people might read these slides, and maybe that's a way of me hedging that maybe I don't totally understand and not understand that 6.5 to 7 million is this revenue source in column 3 in addition to the 6.5 to 7 million?
No, so and now we're at the 7.6. So 7.6 is the total expense. And then what you will see in the budget is when we add up 1 and 2, the difference between the 7.6 and 1 and 2 is between about $700 and $1.3 million, which would mean that would be the pressure on the county tax to fill that gap. And again, the difference is if Burton Ash's visits come in at 56%, obviously our support's not as high as if it comes in at 65%. But what you'd be looking at, worst case scenario in 23.
Stay close to that mic, Stephen. We're losing you. Yeah.
What you'd get worst case in 23 is between 700 and 1.3 million in county support to make the facility whole. So 7.6 minus the 1 minus the 2. What?
And they're what they've set aside.
Yeah. So it is not an addition. We don't need 7.6 million plus county money. We need 1 plus 2 plus 3 to equal 7.6. And I estimate that the county will need to contribute between 700 and 1.3 million to make that happen.
And if you recall, you during this process, we set aside, you potentially set aside up to 2.8 million. So that window is pretty wide.
If I may, Commissioner Kelly, I appreciate that question and want to further understand. So that quick math is between the state money and the up to 1.3 million that you're talking about from the county, that's 4.4 million, which is more than half of the projected and proposed budget. So that leads me to feeling, and I was confused about this ahead of time, and I appreciate Commissioner Kelly trying to suss out what, which numbers we're working with. How the belief that 56 to 65% of the operating budget will come from from CCBHC through Burton Ash, if 4.4 is the number I get between state and county money.
That's because in 2022, when we did our cost report, the number we had at that time for the TRC was 4.9 million. So it's 56% of 4.9 million. At the end of 23, worst case scenario, if we can't convince them to do it sooner, we will go back to the state, and instead of 4.9, that number would be 7.6 or 8 or 9 million or whatever it is at the time. But mathematically, financially, the way the cost report works is you take the total cost of whatever it was at the time you did your cost report and you multiply that by your Medicaid visits, and that's the support that will come through CCBHC. The other accepted way to do it is to give the program the full PPS rate every time they generate a visit. But in a crisis center, that works out really bad because a visit is only the first service that happens on a day, and crisis services are visit poor and service heavy. So when I ran the numbers on that model, the support for the TRC was less than $400,000, which is not going to work. So the reason it's different in 22 is because the number, or in 23 is because the number we had when we did our cost report was 4.9 million. So it's 56% of the 4.9 million. And when you have a chance to review the document, and again, I expect that's going to take time and you'll want to sit with it and formulate questions, that should hopefully be laid out in there. But in 24, if you take, if we assume the state accepts the 7.6 million and you take 56% of that and add the 3.1, I mean, we're in really good shape. And that's before county support, and that's before commercial insurance revenue. So again, I think that we can have confidence that we can make this work financially.
Any further questions for Stephen at this time?
So I'm glad you have confidence.
Yeah.
If it exceeds, who's backing? You said it's not to exceed 6.5 to 7 million. Where do the dollars come from?
I think Patrick's going to address that later, but
Okay.
He's again, when you talk about the 6.5 to 7, that was the original that got submitted. What Stephen has here tonight is the
Okay,
7.6.
whatever the number is. If it exceeds that, I mean, I'm just trying to think ahead if. Let's hope all our projections are right, but part of our
Bert
job
Nash is prepared to take on the liability if we're wrong. Which is what we do now. We're going to lose money this year. You know, we've grown a lot. We've been trying to keep up with demand. We've grown by 2.5 times. It's hard to align your revenues and expenses when you're growing that fast. But we're prepared to take that on.
Thanks.
And that's how the current county agreement with us works. If we lose money at the end of the year, I don't call Sarah and say, hey, we really didn't do well this year. You know, can you? Yeah. So I hope, does that help there?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Thank you, Stephen.
Yeah, I could do a seminar on this, so I'll step away now and let others talk.
9 o'clock.
Sorry, Jess.
Hi there, I'm Jesse. I'm the clinical educator. I'm going to talk now about IT and EMR, which is our electronic medical record. I will spend a lot less time on this slide than the training slide, I promise. So we are prepared to do everything that we need to do right now at the TRC, utilizing 2 different charting systems. The first is Bright, EHR, or Brighter as we usually call it. This is the charting system that Bert Nash already uses. This is the charting system we'll use for social work to do all the things that they need to do. So all of their charting, all of their assessments, and most importantly, not most importantly, but strategically, all of their billing lies within Brighter currently, which it is, as Stephen has alluded to, it is, to my mind, I think sometimes social work billing kind of looks like science fiction. So we have a charting system that we know that works for all of that. So we'll be utilizing that. On the nursing side, so myself and the specialists will be using Cerner, which is LMH's electronic medical record. When I say that though, I want to add the caveat that the Cerner environment that we're using It's not an exact copycat of LMH's Cerner environment. They were very kind to let us work with our Cerner team over a period of months, and we took the charting system that they use in the emergency department, and we modified a lot about it to make it work for mental health. So we added our assessments, our safety rounds, our orders, our medications, everything that we need to do in it. We made work in Cerner, and we've done a lot of testing with it. So I think from the outside, I can understand how it might seem a little clunky to use two different EHRs together in one building. And I'm sensitive to that, but I'll tell you, in my 6 months working in the ED, already we had people from Burt Nash social work using Brighter. I was using Cerner, and the way that you fix any kind of communication issue that might arise is just talking to each other, which crisis care moves so quickly anyway. You have to be constantly communicating nurse to therapist to specialist. So and to further avoid any communication issues, we all will have logins. So nurses will be able to log into Brighter, therapists will be able to log into Cerner. They just won't use it to do their daily functions. I'm going to skip actually over to the third point for a moment. Our plan, so we're going to use these two EMRs together until May of this year, at which point we'll transition to Smart Care by Streamline. This is a chart service that Burt Nash had already purchased and was already planning to transition to in May. We being the nurses at the TRC and some of the specialists had a chance to look at Smart Care. It does everything that Cerner does for us, and it does it organically without us having to really design a whole lot of our stuff. And so designing Cerner to work for us was a time-consuming process, but the reason it was time-consuming was that we were having to, as a facility, decide what questions does a nurse need to ask at intake, what questions does a specialist need to ask at discharge. We have all that information now. We have all those workflows, so we anticipate it'll be pretty easy to get that over into Smart Care, and that team has been very easy to work with so far. So to clarify again, short term, we'll be using Brighter and Cerner with the transition to Streamline in May. And then on the other front, for IT and EMR workflows, all of our IT functions are operating. In the spirit of disclosure, we had some pretty serious internet issues for a while that had to do a little bit with using two different EMRs. The firewall was blocking one Cerner or like one charting system one day and blocking the other the next day. It just took getting Brighter or getting Burt Nash's IT guys and LMH's IT people all in one room together, and they did whatever they do, and now everything works correctly, which I can testify to that. Our interim medical director, Dr. Houston, walked into the TRC and logged on to Brighter from the TRC without any outside instruction, which tells us that it's working to somebody as a first-time user. So we have that, and those workflows are in place. Our website is up, it's listed there. When you go to the website, it has some information about the leadership team, about the different services we provide. It has a big "I need help now" button, and it has a lot of resources to take you where you need to go. I think that's it for this. I'm happy to answer any questions though on the IT front.
No questions from me. Commissioner Willie, do you have any?
Sure. So I see how that's going to be. And so making that transition at the same time Burt Nash is making that transition will really help communicate between those two organizations, between the TRC and Burt Nash. LMH is going to stay with Cerner. Will there still be communication issues that have to be dealt with between Smart Care and Cerner after May?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. What I can tell you at this time is that the IT people have guaranteed there's going to be I think it's called an API, and to tell you the truth, I don't know what that stands for. Some kind of interface between the two different databases where they can communicate, because there's some information we want to share from Cerner to Brighter to Smart Care, no matter what it is. Things like immunization status, some different diagnoses. There's some things that we absolutely cannot share between the two. Crisis centers are held to a higher privacy standard than LMH is. They use HIPAA. We use 42 CFR Part 2, which is essentially means that the TRC staff, it would be okay if we were to look at LMH records, but not vice versa. They can't look at ours because we may be doing some sensitive information. So all that is to say, the interface between Cerner and Smart Care is going to be very minimal anyway, because there's not going to be a whole lot of need to go back and forth. So what little is, it's pretty standard practice to have different EMRs hook up for vaccinations and those kinds of things.
Thanks.
Yeah. All right, and I'll hand it over to Tricia for pharmacy.
Good evening. My name is Tricia Dillingham. I'm the nurse manager. Prior to my current position, I actually worked as a case manager for Burt Nash many years ago. So social worker that became a nurse. I have the pleasure of talking about pharmacy with you all. So just let me know if you have any questions. So pharmacy status, we currently work with the LMH pharmacist, Kyle McDaniel. He works in the ER. He's been a really good resource. We will have 24/7 access to pharmacy services. So what that means is if someone comes at 2 o'clock in the morning and they need an anxiety medication or whatever type of medication they might need, the doctor will put that order in and then the pharmacist will approve that order. So how that happens is we have a Pyxis machine and that is located in our medication room in the TRC. And Kyle has assured us that it is communicating properly with Cerner, meaning once that order is in, as a nurse, I can go into the medication room, use my fingerprint to pull medication from the Pyxis machine. So in addition to that, they've agreed to make 2 stops a day to restock the Pyxis. So if we're getting low on something, they'll make sure that we are restocked on that. Additionally, we have our DAA license and that is in place through November 30th of 2025. And if we have any questions about medications and formularies, we can rely on Dr. Houston and Dr. Dotson, as well as Rob. So any questions about our pharmacy?
Yes, this
Okay.
might be a little, kind of goes back to part of the training question, but
Sure.
and I heard Jesse talk about medicated assistant treatment. That was a kind of a broader question that I have to ensure that that is I hope that that is part of the initial phased opening. And so want to make sure that there are policies and practices in place and medication that would assist with medically assisted treatment. I'm not sure if you know the answer to that or.
Correct. So,
Okay.
and that's part of the reason why we have to have a DEA license because we will be giving medications that will help people go through withdrawal symptoms. So that's part of MAT training is how do we address alcohol withdrawal, opioid withdrawal, even benzo withdrawal. So yeah, we will be giving those medications for those purposes. Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
So the Pyxis will be stocked with medications that you expect to use fairly regularly. If there's something unusual or if somebody comes in with a medical need and just a
Right.
general medical need
So
that
we'll-
also needs to be managed.
Yeah, so we'll be able to handle home medications as well. So things like blood pressure, thyroid issues. So the Pyxis isn't just holding psych medications or medications to treat withdrawals. It's also going to be, Tylenol, ibuprofen, Tums, those kinds of things. So anything that they would need within reason. Diabetics can get insulin as well. So we'll be able to treat diabetes. So.
And I imagine anything beyond that kind of scope that would be unusual, you could get it at the same amount of time that a pharmacy.
Correct.
could
So
get.
since we have access 24/7, we'd be able to call LMH pharmacy to get those medications.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any
All
further
right.
questions? No. Okay, thank you,
Okay, so I'm
Tricia.
going to hand it over to Santana. She's going to speak about facilities status.
Hello, I am Santana Taylor. I'm the Director of Operations for the Treatment and Recovery Center. I started with the TRC in March. Prior to that, I was in Washington State as a Director of Crisis Stabilization Units and Subacute and Medical Detox Facilities. So I'm going to be talking about a facilities update. So the TRC was surveyed using hospital standards that caused a little bit of confusion. So when the facility was surveyed using the hospital standards, there were safety concerns that were identified as the TRC being a hospital. The TRC was actually designed and built to be a crisis intervention center. So when hospital standards were applied, they were misapplied because we are not a private psychiatric hospital. So we have talked with KDADS and we have reviewed the Crisis Intervention Center regulations and found that those safety concerns that were identified were actually not applicable to the TRC because it was designed to be a crisis intervention center. We have worked with Douglas County to be able to remedy any identified concerns, which there were only 2. And we have found that the concerns that were identified are able to be mitigated by TRC staff, and so the repairs are able to be made. Are there any questions on any of the facility concerns that have been shared before?
No, that really clears up an issue that we were hearing about and didn't have a way to kind of see through what the time frame might be for changes, but that makes that offers a lot of clarity and I appreciate it.
Can I, just for the sake of full context and understand kind of where that misinterpretation maybe happened and then how it was discovered to maybe re-review that and apply different standards?
Yes, so the confusion stemmed from the fact that we have a placeholder license as a private psychiatric hospital. So with that license in place, there was just a lot of confusion around, are we a hospital or are we not a hospital because we hold a hospital license? So even though we hold the hospital license, we are not a private psychiatric hospital. And KDADS has confirmed that that was just a placeholder license until we are able to acquire the Crisis Intervention Center license. So folks were just confused around what does apply to the TRC because we were built to be a crisis intervention center, but we have a license as a hospital.
I appreciate that. So I think the part I just want to make sure I understand, and maybe there's not a crystal clear answer is, so when you say folks were confused, is that just sort of largely the reaction of community partners to that change in licensure? Or did KDADS eventually initially survey based on hospital standards and then through further conversation kind of came and resurveyed? I'm just trying to understand KDAD's role and how that phase.
I'll answer that just because I don't want to put Santana in an uncomfortable position. So when we have been working with the state actually for quite a while, even prior to the construction of the facility even starting, and for quite a while, the plan was to have the secretary of KDADS issue a license using her authority as the secretary, even though the regulations weren't promulgated. At some point earlier this year, KDADS came up with the idea to use the PPH license. When that license was issued, it created a chain reaction because when you're licensed as a hospital and you call somebody and they say, like Joint Commission, and they say, what are you licensed as? And you say a hospital, but we're not really a hospital. They're like, they don't know what to do with that. So the Joint Commission hospital standards were applied by our shared team in their internal review of the facility. So that was on our end. Again, it's not a hospital, and a lot of the safety concerns. So with Joint Commission hospital standards, there's a lot of things that actually inhibit the type of integrated care that we're providing, like having different types of people on the same unit that don't apply to Joint Commission behavioral health or CARF behavioral health standards. So this was really about accreditation rather than licensing, but the license as a PPH, because it's a mind bender to say that you have a private psychiatric hospital license, but that's not really what you are. And the reason you have it is because this other thing isn't ready. And long-term, the building would not be able to stay a private psychiatric hospital. That would create a number of financial catastrophes, in my opinion, because you'd be ineligible for the 3-1 and you'd lose the ability to fund it through the CCBHC.
I appreciate that, Stephen. And Santana, I did not mean to put you in an
Oh,
uncomfortable
no, you
position.
didn't. You didn't.
And I just want to clarify that you say, Stephen, that was on our internal team. You mean Bert Nash?
The Bert Nash LMH TRC shared team.
Okay, got it. I just wanted to be clear about that and understand specifically whether or not there had been sort of a change or evolution in communication or review from KDADS along the way, or if it was just a matter of sort of initial interpretation. And I appreciate the mind bender that stopgap puts us in. I just wanted to be clear, especially from KDAD's perspective, if they provided a survey, sort of stated these standards, the team started to work on trying to achieve those or figure out how to accommodate, and then walked it back through some further communication and clarification.
Yeah, KDAD's commissioners, Andy Brown and Commissioner Lacey Hunter, have been tremendously helpful as we've reached back out to help articulate some of the unintended consequences that we've experienced, because we've asked for things in writing, like, and they've given those and provided those. And if you're a regulatory or compliance person, you're going to want to see in writing that it's not really what the license says it is and what that means and what's waived and what's not. And KDADS has been tremendously helpful in supporting the team in working through that. And we've worked closely with Jay from the county over the last couple weeks to really go through the facility and have good conversations about kind of what really needs to happen and what doesn't. And we really got it down to two things that we can manage until those repairs can be made.
I'm very glad you mentioned getting things in writing, just because it's such a strange place to be operating from, and it's been very difficult and evolving pretty quickly in terms of what can happen, what can't happen in terms of income streams and operations and the building. So yeah, any of that can be in writing so that we no longer get stuck in that spot again. So that's good work.
You know, we're dealing with a funding model that is new to Kansas in the last couple months. We've built a facility and a treatment model that outpaces regulation. The list of areas in which we are in uncharted waters is significant, and that collaboration with the state is incredibly important as the state continues to really define what a crisis intervention center is and how the CCBHC model works. But the list of ways in which we have outpaced regulation and policy is so very long.
I really appreciate walking us through that, because that was something that came up a while back when licensure came through and those concerns, and was communicated with us about a concern of the facility. So anything that you have in writing would be good to forward to Sarah and get to us, just so that because that's been talked about a lot, like the licensure was given, and I referenced that earlier, the licensure was given, but there were concerns about was it ready? And so, you know, if you do have those things in writing, I sure would appreciate to see.
And the concerns came from our internal team, not the state. But we did, I hope, included those in some information that we gave Sarah. And again, the amount of information we gave is significant, and it may take time for county staff to get that to you all. But if anything's missing, we will get right on it and get that to you right away.
I have one more question for you, Santana, not really specific to the facility, but just as you were introduced as Director of Operations, and as I understand it, that's been your title since coming on board. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Will you just help us understand a little bit about what that what that role looks like in the structure of the TRC, and what like how a Director of Operations and a medical director and possibly an executive director, in addition to that, what that shared leadership and responsibility that's on your shoulders in particular looks like?
Yes, I mean, all those roles go hand in hand. So for me, as the Director of Operations, I oversee a lot of the operational things within the facility, such as like the safety concerns within the facility, the workflows, making sure that the staff have all the things that they need in order to be able to do their jobs effectively. And a part of that is working with the medical director and the executive director to make sure that we have all of those legal things checked off, that we have all those trainings checked off, that we have all those policies checked off, because those are the things that are going to guide what it is that we do and how it is that we do it. Because if we aren't working together, if the right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing, then we can't create an environment that is cohesive and one that is safe, not only for our staff, but also for our patients.
I appreciate that. Thank
Yeah.
you. Any other questions for Santana at this time? Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Next slide up that I have is going to be on insurance. So the TRC has been insured since the summer of 2022. The TRC facility is currently covered under an existing LMH property policy effective December the 8th. All of our providers that are working at the TRC do have the necessary professional practice and liability insurance to work within the TRC. Are there any questions on our insurance?
So and this is fairly new in how it's presented to us.
Yes.
We had been told before that no, there can't be an insurance policy until patients are seen, and patients can't be seen until we have an insurance policy. This makes more sense. And actually, I have what I thought were the updated slides is a little bit of difference just on this one about kind of changing from a facility and development policy to a facility and operation policy, but that all of that is in the works and spelled out, and Would that be?
Correct. And if I do recall, I believe that there is some information that was also passed over to the county that spells that out a little bit more. As far as the insurance policies that we currently do have.
Yeah, there's a pretty, not lengthy, but a letter from CEK Insurance kind of explaining where we're at and what the options are. It was really hard even to get what happened on 12/8 to happen without a lease. But we pushed and pushed and pushed. So any policy we get would be contingent upon a lease for them to like push that all the way through. And again, we did submit a letter from CEK kind of explaining what that is, but hopefully that adds clarity. But the facility and all of the providers in the facility are insured right now. Yeah.
And insured under the LMH property policy currently?
Yes, yes.
that's
And
Pretty new, right? That's.
no, prior to 12/8, it was still insured under the facility and development policy. Now it's the facility and operation policy. And again, that's contingent upon getting a lease to like fully execute that, but we were able to push them on that. But it was always insured, but it was a facility in development.
But through LMH?
Yes, through LMH.
Okay.
Yep. And again, we've got a little bit more to go that might move that in a different direction, but that's what's how it's currently insured. Yep.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, I'm going to hand it over to Jen Preston.
Thank you, Santana.
Thank you, Santana. I was just gonna kind of briefly recap before we go into the final slides that operational status, we have some significant things in place. We have, as Stephen mentioned earlier, the funding from CCBHC, 56 to 65% of that needed revenue in place. We have payer agreements that are in process, but those companies are very favorable to get those agreements amended to include the TRC services and their willingness to move forward soon on that. We have operating agreement with LMH for pharmaceuticals and labs in place, and the mutual benefit of those have been laid out to understand how that's going to work. We have workflows in place with police and EMS to understand. I think Jesse spoke to that earlier of the field guide that's been in place and understanding who would be when they're out in the field, who would be coming to directly to TRC and who would be going to ED if there was a medical thing in place. But
Can I ask you a quick question
Sure.
about that, Jen?
Yeah.
I noticed it's not on these slides, but maybe a little later in the packet, and it's been mentioned tonight, specifically Chief Lockhart of Lawrence Police Department, which is certainly the largest police department that we have. And also fire and EMS. Can you talk to me about what that's looked like countywide, like what conversations have progressed with the sheriff's department, Eudora PD, Baldwin PD, and KU PD? Because those are all of the law enforcement agencies
Sure.
that we hope and expect to be on the same page about
Sure, and I
utilization.
might lean on Santana a little bit. She was in those
Okay.
conversations just recently. Matter of fact, on Friday, we had Kevin Joels over and ED Doc over and police and fire. I mean, the police were over there as well, but conversations with, I would say with Eudora, they've come through to have tours. I would say there hasn't been extensive conversations yet with the surrounding Eudora and
Correct.
Lecompton and New Baldwin. Would that be accurate?
Yeah, so we've started having conversations first with Chief Lockhart and Deputy Buckles. Thank you. To initiate the conversations around what support for the TRC could look like as we are gearing up to be able to open the facility fully, and how best we would be able to utilize them, to be able to get their feedback, to be able to expand upon training for other departments as we ramp up our opening.
I appreciate that. So I appreciate starting with LPD and LDCFM because those are the highest volume of dispatched calls certainly in our community. So I appreciate that. we'll hope that maybe Chief Lockhart and Chief Llewellyn in his new role can help. There's really good relationships between our law enforcement agencies. We're lucky in that regard. So hopefully there can be some support there to really make sure that all law enforcement agencies are coming on board with the same idea, even though the volumes might look a lot different for those smaller departments.
Yeah, thanks for saying that. I would anticipate that as well. They've been very supportive and excited, of course, about this new place to take patients for getting them out of the hands of the police so they can get back to their other duties. I think that covers everything that I was just going to recap before we went on to look at a phased approach. But any other questions, Commissioner Williams?
Yes, thank you. We've talked about payer agreements and building payer agreements. Originally, the discussions that I was hearing from the BHP team was that those were happening through LMH. But I don't think that's what you're talking about.
Right, that's through Burt
yeah,
Nash.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's existing agreements, of course, that Burt Nash have, that Stephen alluded to earlier, that conversations have been had, that they seem very favorable and willing to amend those agreements to include the crisis components of that.
So those payer agreements are through Burt Nash specifically. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll actually let Stephen address the specifics on that, but I'll say one of the things we kept hearing, and rightfully so, was confusion and complications in trying to make a lot of the mechanics of this work. And we started to look at how do we simplify? How do we make this about as simple as possible? And so moving things in a direction that caused simplicity or created simplicity was a real significant goal that we really started hitting, I would say about 6 weeks ago, if not 8 weeks ago, because we were hearing there's concerns, there's worries, there's challenges. And so we really started to nail down on that. And that's why we started moving HR over and some of the other things. And I'll let Stephen talk more specifically. Stephen?
So the history of the payer agreement discussion is a fascinating one because you have three entities involved involved in the provision of healthcare services. LMH was never discussed as a holder of those agreements. The scenarios was that BHP would hold those agreements for commercial insurance. But that was a much bigger mountain to climb than amending long-standing contracts that Burt Nash has we already can cover almost all of the services that are provided in the facility, and managing like billing. It decreases the amount of tax IDs and MPI numbers that you're managing. So right now, the proposal would be all of the agreements would be associated with one of Burt Nash's NPI numbers.
Sorry, what numbers?
NPI, sorry, National Provider Identifier numbers. And we have to have two because when the state of Kansas rolled out the CCBHC program, the MCOs were incapable of doing it, technologically incapable of doing it under one. So we got the pleasure of adding a second NPI number just for our CCBHC work and actually have to bill all the claims to both. So that's another mind bender that we've been working through over the last couple of months. Does that answer your question, Commissioner Willie?
That is helpful. Now, I know that my original information about LMH being the one to work on payer agreements was from the former executive director for BHP.
Oh, yes. Yeah, we are using the same consultant, and so I'm working with her directly to do that. And again, it should be a matter of weeks until we have our agreements amended, if they need to be amended at all, which I think they will.
In terms of private payer agreements, what's the role of volume in that? So in terms of pulling down additional dollars from private payer insurance?
So I make some assumptions on that in the budget that we'll be refining in the access center portion, which those services would be like therapy, med appointments, things like that. I think we could see 15 to 25% commercial insurance. In the observation and stabilization, I think it'll be closer to 10% or even less.
Actually had a different question, and that was if an entity is able to produce a volume of calls or a volume of insurance claims, do they get a better rate with private payer insurance? And how do we rank in terms of either LMH or Burt Nash being able to be a bigger player and have more clout in pulling down those dollars?
So Burt Nash and LMH for behavioral health services, we generally would get reimbursed the same. There are ways in which Burt Nash is advantaged. Burt Nash as a CMHC has certain abilities that a non-CMHC doesn't have. For example, we can take advantage of individuals who have intermediate levels of licensure in ways that other providers can't. So in that way, we are advantaged. For example, with Blue Cross Blue Shield of Kansas, typically you'd have to have your clinical license to be able to contract with them. Burt Nash contracts for both the intermediate and clinical levels of licensure. And we've had success doing that with some other payers. But Burt Nash, I mean, it varies dramatically by payer, but Burt Nash is reimbursed very well for the services we provide, with the exception of a few payers that we all struggle with, and I won't name them.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any additional questions before we move on? Okay, thank you.
So I'm going to talk about our phased opening plan, and there are no dates on this. However, when you do review the budget, I could not make a budget without making some assumptions on when we would open and in what order. But the team has worked really hard to propose a 3-phase opening. All of the suggested phases open all of the program elements. There's not a suggestion to open just the access center that was tossed around for a while. So phase 1 would have the access center open 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. And observation and stabilization open and access, smaller level access open 24/7, associated with observation and stabilization with a capacity of 10. That's what we feel staffed to do comfortably now. Phase 2 would go up to 16 on the observation and stabilization, and then add some weekend accessibility on the weekends, Saturday, Sunday, 8 a.m. to noon. And then phase 3 would extend to a total of 24. So when we talk about capacity, we have the observation unit and the stabilization unit. And from a staffing standpoint, we view those as sort of one pot. You can kind of shift and move your staff based on what your need is. The facility itself could accommodate a maximum of 32, 16 recliners and 16 beds. However, when I did the 4-year look back on data from LMH and Burt Nash and just kind of who we're sending to the hospital, it is a very unlikely scenario anytime in the near future that we would even hit the 24. I could be wrong when we open, because opening something new could bring in people we're not aware of. But I think we should take this incrementally and see what's happening and make adjustments and pivot along the way. But the budget would assume that we were at the phase 3, the maximum for 23 suggested capacity by July of 2023. And I believe it assumes a February opening. And again, I had to make some assumptions in order to make a budget and plan staffing around that. So that's where we're at in terms of a phased opening plan. And again, we would want to have a lot of communication points around that phased opening so that the community understands what it means. But in all phases, we would help anyone who comes under any circumstances. If someone shows up, we are not going to turn them away. We will help them. We will have suggestions for community partners and the community tied to these phases. But again, we will be able to serve whoever shows up, and we would be able to initiate the involuntary hold. It just wouldn't be our desire in phase one to have that switch flipped yet from the ED to the crisis center.
So in terms of emergency patients and also involuntary hold, kind of calling those a little bit different,
Yeah.
at what phase would those be expected to be online at
So by phase two, we're totally comfortable there. Phase one, we would want to have some, and again, through conversation, we could get to a different place, right? This is just kind of what we're putting out there. I mean, we have the staff to do the 8 to 8 and the access and up to 10. So the circumstances around those 10, we could talk about. The team was wanting a short period of time to test like operations, clinical things, and then like the actual facility before like day one, you would engage in the most high risk level of care. The team was just asking for some level of time to ease into that, but not a long period of time.
And is 8 to 8 Monday through Friday the current hours for the Access Center?
That is correct. Yep.
So Stephen, in the interest of transparency, we've had a lot of conversation about how these slides have changed from the slides that got published in our agenda and the slides that, and I didn't make extensive notes about where all those changes are, but I want to make sure we talk about substantial ones. And I think this is one of them because the numbers I remember is a maximum of 5 in that phase one for observation and stabilization, then up to 10, then up to 16. So those are some significant shifts in numbers. I'm not mad at it. I just want to understand where that evolution is. And maybe that's a question for somebody on staff to answer. Because I love the idea of increased capacity, but I want to understand how to be confident in that.
So it's actually my fault because I was uncomfortable projecting numbers until I could fully understand and be sure that when we put them up here, that we could do it. And it took me longer to be convinced of that. But after sitting with the team over, a lot, I'm with them almost 40 hours a week right now, and evaluating staffing patterns, evaluating what we have, looking at job applications in the pipeline. Those were some of the things where we decided to update these slides, and that paired with the progress that we were able to make kind of on the budget too. So that's why they changed. And I want to take ownership of that because I was just super cautious and uncomfortable last week, especially just rightfully so. There's a heightened level of scrutiny on this project, and I didn't want to put a larger number out there than we could really work with.
I appreciate that. Any questions for Stephen?
So, there's been a lot of talk in the community about who's evaluating where those standards are and is accepting that. And later in your presentation, you referenced the SAMHSA guidelines for crisis centers. And in those guidelines, it says that a minimum expectation is that it be open 24/7, 365. So if that's the guideline, can you talk about what barriers are causing us not to meet that minimum expectation?
So we'll be open 24/7, 365. It's that we won't have a full-blown outpatient clinic open 24/7, 365. We will have the full range of staff 24/7, 365. And if you show up at night, we would have a different entrance for you, but we would still meet with you and work with you. It's that when we talk about the access center, it's really more like urgent care. And it's really about walk-in access to outpatient services. But we will have all of the staff. We don't staff as high overnight as we do during the day. But we have social workers, nurse practitioners, all of the staff are there, and we probably need to do a better job of communicating and articulating that. But from day one, it will be open 24/7, 365.
Yeah, I really think that's a from what I hear from the public, that
Yeah.
is the expectation. So how we communicate that.
And we will meet that expectation. And that paired with the mobile response team, I think will really be able to meet that 24/7 need for these types of crisis services. So we can do a better job of articulating that from day one, it's 24/7, 365. It's that we're not operating this large walk-in outpatient clinic overnight.
So Access Center is the title that's been given to what's happening through Bert Nash at the moment. Does that need a different name as it comes into this or are we talking about two different things? They're the walk-in outpatient clinic and also the ability to walk in bring yourself in, not just through emergency transport, but to bring yourself in times of crisis. And that is available 24/7. So it's same, I mean, how do we differentiate between those two and how do we communicate that to the
My
public?
response is, I don't think it makes sense as we're having this conversation and it probably needs a different name. That's my initial reaction because, but yeah, we probably need to talk about that. So the Access Center, as it's named, was envisioned as sort of a walk-in access to outpatient behavioral health services. I need help now. It kind of is the definition for that. So we can make sure the community understands that and how to access those services after hours. I will say what we can do for someone under 18 after hours is going to be different than what we can do for someone over 18 after hours. Our facility beyond outpatient, so we can meet with a child, we can help find placement for them, but our observation and stabilization units don't serve children. And that's probably another point of clarity that we want to make with the community as well.
Yeah, I think that is an important point to make with the community. And I think, we're aware of that, but that's another piece of the discussion that I think needs to be well known.
So if my family member is having a mental health crisis at 9 PM on a Thursday night and they show up to the TRC, what happens?
Do you guys want to answer this? I mean, I think I know, but we'll let one of the people who's responsible for answering the door kind of tell you what that experience would be like.
If you don't mind taking it for over 18 and also under 18 and what the differences are.
Absolutely. So if you're over 18 and you show up after hours, you would go to the side door. So we have a side door. As we discussed, we'd have full staffing. So we have staff available, nurses, therapists. So behavioral health specialists that would be able to assess that individual for what their crisis was at that point. Then we would determine what the need was. So we could admit them, assuming that we have beds, which is pretty a safe assumption, admit them and get them taken care of. If it's a child, that's going to be a different situation. So if it's a child, we'll still see them. It would still be the side door entry. We would still see them, and we have you guys have seen the facility, but we have that side door area, so we can still meet with them, speak with their family or whoever brings them in. And then we, the therapist, social worker, would be able to establish again what kind of resource that child would need if they needed follow-up outpatient services the next day. If they needed hospitalization, we can facilitate that in the evening hours as well. We wouldn't be able to keep them there. We would have to bring them to Lawrence Memorial, which is standard practice at this point anyway, because they all need medical clearance before they can get hospitalized anyway. So that would be that process from a therapy perspective.
The only thing that I was going to add really was there's not going to be any difference between someone showing up at 9 AM on a Tuesday than 2 AM on a Saturday. So observation stabilization as it's designed is going to be 24/7. I think where the confusion is on the slides, it says 8 AM to 8 PM on access. And I think people are thinking that also applies to observation and stabilization, which is not true. So maybe that's something we should clarify to not get those two confused, but essentially it's going to be the same whether, no matter what time or day it is. So.
And I think the only additional thing Stephen had mentioned was that our access center, or whatever we choose to call it in the future for clarity, that is a full array of outpatient services. And just frankly, because there's more services available during the day. So if I'm seeing somebody coming in that needs food, food pantry things or clothing resources or housing resources, I'm gonna have a lot more as a social worker. I'm gonna have a lot more resources to give them during the day than I will overnight. So we have a lot more staff during the day to be able to provide those wraparound services and really give a good service plan to individuals that have a really high need for services. We can connect them with their Burt Nash therapists. We can make appointments with their LMH providers, whatever they need during those daytime hours. So that's why we have higher staffing during the day, but the care isn't going to be any different overnight or on the weekend or at 2 a.m. on Saturday. So
the difference in the time, so 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. You can come in the front doors and have access, access being the term we're talking about, to all of those services, whether you are under 18 or over 18. Only over 18 then would have access to observation and stabilization. But outside of those hours, the side door is the same as the emergency drop-off door, right? So there really isn't a physical access from that space to anything beyond, other than the observation and stabilization 2 units. There isn't a way to, is there a physical space to manage somebody, especially somebody under 18 that can't go into observation stabilization from that side door?
yeah, so that the facility is split and there's a separate kind of entrance. There's a separate office. There's a separate conference room area for individuals that come in just off that side door. So that's all blocked off from all the other areas of the facility. So yes, if it was a child or a family member or whatever, they would be safe. Their care would be all, sectioned off until we determine what needed to happen next. Yeah.
While staff is up here, I'm wondering, and I invite any staff to provide input to this, just to go back to that conversation about not accepting emergency patients during the first phase and specifically not having law enforcement or EMS come. I want to understand that more because and I hear you all saying that those are intended to be short times between those phases. And I appreciate the need for some capacity building. I'm a little bit worried about just confusion to if the TRC is open and everybody believes that it's open for full services. I think that, the more we parse it out, a little bit more complicated the messaging gets there. But I also just I feel that that intended drop-off point and alternative for law enforcement and first responders to come to has been a pretty core part of the development and envisioning of this. So just really want to understand from staff's perspective why there is a need to wait on that part of it. I know that's a tough question, but
No, it's okay. It's a good question. So I think the phase 1, and I think Jesse spoke to it and Stephen as well, but we really do want to have just a short period of time where we can identify any gaps and things that we need to correct or change or improve upon before we take those more high acuity patients that are more activated, that come in that are higher need of care. Typically is what we see when we get law enforcement patients or EMS patients. With that being said, we also anticipate, regardless of what phase we are, if it's 4 years from now and we're open, we are still going to have patients that may come in by EMS that we are not able to medically clear into our facility, regardless of their mental health status. They may just have depression, but the mental health or their physical health needs may be so high, we still may need to divert them to LMH. That's why we have that field guide built. And that's why we've had those ongoing communication with EMS, with the fire department, because there are things that for the patient safety, we need to be connected. And I don't want to talk too much about this because this isn't my realm, but for patient safety, we want to make sure that if they were to crash or if there was something that medically was going on, that they were evaluated appropriately, and then we were able to take care of them when they were stable. So that's another reason that some of those things we want to make sure we have all lined up before we fully commit to that. And the time, again, the timing of that, our intent isn't it for it to be long. It's simply for a couple of weeks so we can get our groove going and make sure we have everything we need to be doing.
The only thing I was gonna add to that is we've actually had several patients and clients already showing up to the TRC thinking that we are open. So we've handled those situations on the fly several times. You know, we'll be in a meeting and all of a sudden there's somebody there needing help. And so one of us usually goes outside, speaks with the client, walks them across the access center and gets them to whatever service they need, or if they need to go to the ER, sometimes we've had to walk them over to the ER as well. So, you know, the thing is, you know, we have to, as Bree said, we do have to be careful about just saying, okay, bring all and everyone, because we have to keep in mind the safety of the patients and the staff. So we want to make sure we're ready for that. And then I don't know if you wanted to speak to that as well, or.
Yeah, you know, just wanted to say a couple of things. You know, I think number one, we all feel very strongly that we do want to provide care for people that are being brought in those acute crises. I think I shared earlier, thought disorder, schizophrenia is something I feel very passionate about. So I share your concern. I want to get there very, very quickly. One of the things that's on my mind about when in this process we start accepting, you know, law enforcement drop-offs, I understand the concern of communications from the outside. I worry about a little bit communication on the inside. So let's say you're one of you know, 9 voluntary patients who is depressed, who's anxious, who needs a med refill or something. Having that 10th patient come in and be involuntary, it is difficult for everyone else who's in the room sometimes. And I don't mean to get too much behind the curtain here, but you know, a lot of what we do in training and just experiences, if somebody is really activated and needs to be separated from the other patients, both for their safety and for everyone else's comfort, we can do that. That's a little bit easier to do with our staffing at 16 patients than it is our staffing at 10 patients. We've got those other areas in the clinic that we can take them to. But when we make that separation, there has to be a nurse and 1 or 2 specialists with them. And so it's a little bit easier to scale up and still provide good care for the patients that remain on the general milieu, I think is pragmatically, that's kind of where I think about it. So.
Thank you.
Some of the, you know, capacity, like these different phases, some of that will kind of fill in naturally as people know about the service and show up for the service, or law enforcement and LDCFM are trained to bring people there. I think it'll be hard to otherwise kind of keep it at a cap, even if you are within a phase. If there's somebody comes needing care and that there's the ability to possibly provide that, how do you determine how to stay in that phase until you're ready for the next one? Is it walk-in people that would, I mean, at some point then perhaps somebody gets turned away, and that's of course a hard thing to.
Commissioner, really, I just want to add on to, I appreciate that question and just to put a different point on it, or an additional point on it, you know, I'm curious in phase 1, what happens to the 11th person that shows up at the door? Like what is that contingency plan? How are you trying to determine what that potential overload of current capacity looks like? How are we turning people away or redirecting them?
Well, I think first, it's important to note that the capacity that we have, when we say 10, I mean, that could be 9 people in observation in recliners and 1 person that's in stabilization, or it could be 9 people in stabilization and 1 person in a recliner. So I think initially, just an assessment situation, we have to look at where are we and what is this person needing, you know, when we get them in the door. I mean, initially, as soon as they hit the door, we're not going to be like, whoop, you're number 10, you're number 11, we have 10, you know, we'll see them. We won't turn them away. We'll bring them in, we'll assess them, we'll figure out what their needs are. And then we have to then clinically assess what the next steps are. I'll let you talk about that next one.
So as she said, we wouldn't turn the 11th person away. So we would need to look at our census and our staffing ratio and the acuity of this, you know, hypothetical patient. Are they anxious and depressed, or are they actively psychotic and may need to be restrained and have, you know, medication brought on board. So then we have to look, do we have enough staff to be able to restrain this patient? You know, that really depends on the acuity of the patient. But even if that were the case, we would make sure they get to the appropriate level of care. So it's not to say that, you know, if law enforcement or EMS shows up with someone who's in that state, we wouldn't say, sorry, you know, we would still do what we could to assess. And we also have, I think it's important to mention that we do have PRN staffing available. So we can call for reinforcements. We can send out messages, hey, you know, we're getting at capacity or near. Does anyone want to come in and work an extra shift or extra hours, or can anyone come in and help? So, and those are resources that we use in the ER and at other psych hospitals that I've worked at. So you just get kind of creative with your staffing and, you know, you don't turn anyone away. So.
Thank you. I appreciate that answer. And I just want to clarify that the phrasing of my question was just to really suss that out and what that really looks like, because that is a question that I have as a service provider in social services that I hear from other people. And I'm in all candor, because prior to the TRC opening, people have experienced being rejected for services and turned away due to acuity. I have a significant concern about that trend continuing and not changing and evolving as I expect it to. So I asked those questions to put a point on really wanting to know that we are not turning people away, that there is no wrong door, and people are going, even with high acuity, going to get their needs met.
I have a story that will address this, but first, our phases are only limited by how quickly we can hire people. So the faster we can hire folks and get them trained, the faster we can get to 24. Hiring is challenging currently. And again, if we can hire folks and get open and folks come to work there, we could be at 24, the ability to serve 24 by April, you know, if we can get the staffing on board. A perspective I want to offer on this notion of involuntary care and taking anyone and everyone is a lot of our clients who need the crisis center that are very mentally ill won't go to the hospital because it's scary. And the reason it's scary is the management of the small percentage of folks who are there against their will, and they get very, very violent. So I want us to think about not everyone is important, but there are hundreds of people that go through Burt Nash and LMH every month that could benefit from the TRC, that are there voluntarily, that want to be there, that can benefit from that. And I think that's an important consideration. If you were sitting in a recliner, or your mom or your friend was sitting in a recliner, and someone was being restrained in front of them, or there was a violent incident, you know, that person is probably not likely to come back. And the list of clients that I've had that I've worked with that really needed care that didn't get it because they were scared and afraid of what the environment was going to be like. And that's just a different perspective that I would offer. For every one person that we might have to work with that falls into that category, you know, there's at least 10 or 15 other folks that could use a recliner today, or that could use a stabilization bed today. And again, I do think we could have conversations to do it all day one. I just wanted to offer that perspective because we're balancing a very diverse community of folks that needs that complex level of care. And like Jesse said, when we're staffed for 16, we can begin to separate the environment in ways that you can't when you're staffed for 10.
I appreciate that perspective, Stephen. And I just want to encourage an approach of both and not either or. I think you're teetering in that space, and I get it. There are things to consider and balance, and I don't mean to diminish that. But if we talk about it as a either or framing of things rather than a how do we do both and make that possible and safe and comfortable enough, I don't even need a response. I just want to encourage that is an approach that you all are really thinking through, because the either or really starts to teeter into a space of exclusion. And this is a project that has always been envisioned as one of true inclusion, and being able to serve all people in our community, no matter the level of that need of care.
Just one quick question, and I may be getting ahead of ourselves, but will you be keeping any data on the number of referrals that come that you have to send somewhere, you know, like maybe they're not medically cleared and we have to send those over, or you know, if we do hit our 10 capacity, you know, in phase one, will you be keeping data on that?
Absolutely. I am not the data person, but we have people on our team that you guys have heard from that absolutely are. And that's one of our it's very important to us to be accountable and to have those metrics, also to be able to provide out to our stakeholders and our partners, because that's important to us to continually assess where we're at and to be able to make improvements if we need to, or make changes or shifts to our program as needed, depending on the needs of the community. So yeah, we will absolutely be keeping track of those metrics.
And we would anticipate that being sussed out in the agreement that says, here's what we expect, here's what we want, data, transparency, and how we would review that. So absolutely.
In the high acuity patients are, that's the new space for us as a community of having something other than the ER or the jail. But that's I think where the most interest is, in terms of being able to relieve pressure on both of those other entities, as well as that any one of us can walk in the front door and also get care. So it is a very difficult thing that we've tasked ourselves with as a community and tasked you with as staff. So I'm glad that we're having those conversations about how do we serve those populations, because certainly I think what started much of the conversation was, how do we not bring people to jail when what they need are mental health and behavioral health services?
Absolutely. Again, and from the very beginning, we've been talking about how do we say yes versus no. And so when they talk about that phase, again, it's about a phase. It's not hey, we're never, no, we're phasing in very quickly. But we do plan on saying, as Steve and I often joke, yes, sir, may I have another, or yes, ma'am, may I have another. Bring us the tough ones. We will deal with them. We will figure out what the next right step is and get them to that place. Our high acuity are there. We just want to give another option for how to take care of them.
And the phased part does not bother me for that. Just, you know, as we were able to communicate that to the community, and that we know, we being the community and also your team, know how we're managing those interim times. Most of us, if we feel threatened or unsafe, have the ability to call law enforcement for assistance with that. This is different because you're the people that law enforcement will take someone to. So how does staff kind of make that transition from, as we've been kind of just citizens in the community and able to draw on that resource, instead that resource becomes you. And that's just a transition, I think. So I just want to give some grace there, but also just that's the direction that we're headed. That's just truly different for our community.
Absolutely. And anytime we add something new, we have to educate, and think about what we're doing with 988 right now. Educate. Here's an option.
Any other questions about the phasing slide before we move on to the end of this presentation?
All right, thank you for giving us so much time as we kind of helped show you and address a lot of the questions. And we know that it's going to take staff time to get through the volumes of documents and everything that have been submitted. So we appreciate this and you hanging in with us. But now we're going to start talking about moving forward together. This is really critical for us. You can see on this final slide, we indicate we are prepared to enter into an operating agreement, and we are prepared to enter into a lease agreement. let me talk, or let me set this up, and then I'm actually going to have someone else come up here. Who is the we? And I am going to actually introduce my fellow BHP board member Nancy Thelman to share who the we are that the BHP board is recommending move forward together with the county towards opening the TRC. Unfortunately, BHP board chair Cindy Ulick experienced a family emergency this morning to which she is still attending. And so I really appreciate Nancy stepping in to pinch hit for us tonight.
So thank you very much, commissioners. It's weird to be on this side of the room, but I'm in this moment, I'm glad you're there. So, and thank you, staff. Thank you for your patience with this long presentation, and thank you. My gosh, thank you so much, TRC staff. You are our pride and joy, and boy, you are a tough and tireless crowd. Thank you so much for your hard work. I am not a healthcare professional. I was 35 years ago, but it's long enough. I won't call myself one now, but I do know that this team that you just heard from is strong and well placed to serve this community with their excellent clinical care. And it's been my honor to get to know them as they've been working tirelessly through significant challenges to do the necessary work to bring our vision of 24-hour crisis services to life. They're an impressive group, as I think you can see, and we owe them a tremendous debt of gratitude. And now we, our BHP board, we have members out in the public there. We've got to do our part too. And so the BHP Board of Directors, after careful consideration and discussion, we recognize that at this time, it is not the best vehicle to operate the TRC. We've worked tirelessly to try and address final barriers that continue to prevent simplicity and clarity in the TRC business operations and leadership and governance. We have had to do this in light of significant challenges and changes in our world since its inception. And of course, we've also seen the advent of the CCBHC model of care in Kansas. We know there is a clearer path to follow moving forward together. As such, the BHP board is withdrawing itself from consideration as the operating entity of TRC, and instead puts its full faith and support behind the county directly entering into operating and lease agreements with the Burt Nash Center. We believe this path, this structure, will allow for streamlining the operations, leadership, and governance by going with a known entity, known to the county and known to the state of Kansas. We trust county leadership will see the logic as we do. We further recognize that for this endeavor to be fully successful, the partnership of Burt Nash Center and LMH remains critical, and they are committed to working together in this new direction to bring about the best possible care for that our community requires. And with all of that, there's a little more to go, and I'm going to ask Patrick Schmitz, my fellow board member and colleague, to say a few more words.
Thank you, Nancy. And the Burt Nash Center is honored by the trust and faith shown in this recommendation by the BHP Board of Directors as an organization that has served this community for the past 72 years as your community mental health center, and now your CARF accredited certified community behavioral health clinic. We accept this recommendation humbly and the task ahead very seriously. To this end, the Burt Nash Center, working alongside the TRC leadership and building on the tremendous volume and quality of work that they have done, as well as the LMH health team and the other Burton Ash team members have completed to date. We would like to highlight some of the following accomplishments and activities. Some of them may have been covered, so I'll see if I can skip those. But we have secured national, regional, and local expert consultation agreements around support for, as Stephen mentioned, commercial insurance contracts. We have an existing contract around our CCBHC programmatic, as well as one for cost reporting. We have a contract for our CARF accreditation in preparation to add the crisis intervention component under our current existing CARF accreditation. We have contracts for strategic communications, website management, and public relations. And we are currently evaluating a scope of work from an additional national expert in crisis service program design, financing, and evaluation. This entity, the Technical Assistance Collaborative, is a recognized leader around the country. We have initiated the process to begin amending our existing commercial insurance contracts, as Stephen mentioned. We have prepared a draft, which has been given to county staff. That budget draft has been reviewed by the Burton Ash Center of Finance Committee this afternoon, and they suggested that it move forward to the full board for their next meeting consideration. So we will have a budget that is being evaluated not only by staff, but also internal folks to make sure that it fits right. We have, as mentioned, we have revised our current electronic health record implementation project to incorporate the services at the TRC towards full implementation in May. We have initiated the transition of all TRC dedicated LMH staff over to Burton Ash. We have discussed with KDADS the path and methodology for using the current private psychiatric hospital license held by BHP while we fully transfer that license to the Burton Ash Center. We have supported Douglas County's request to KDADS to secure $3.1 million in state general funds in support of crisis intervention operations here in Douglas County, which we believe will help alleviate or remove the final barrier or concern that KDADS has in being able to advance these funds. Today, the Burton Ash Center was able to secure $1 million in bridge funding to support continuation of our partnership toward operating the TRC. We have initiated review of all existing contracts toward shifting them over to the Burton Ash Center and eliminating those that are no longer needed. We have initiated conversations with our partners at LMH around our ongoing service agreements. We have initiated with our legal counsel the work necessary to complete operating agreements and facility lease, and we anticipate being able to enter into conversations on these documents prior to and following the Christmas holiday. We have, as mentioned, we have our DEA license, the NPI. I have personally committed and scheduled a minimum of a weekly conversation between myself and Sarah to review progress, address concerns, collaborate towards the success of the TRC now and into the future. We are at the table, engaged and working together, and Sarah and I have met 2 or 3 times in the last couple of weeks around many issues. We are committed to coming to this body at whatever frequency you ask to provide updates. And if you want us present, we'll be present. If you want written updates, whichever way you want to go, we are happy to do one or both or any other variety of things. And then finally, today you've heard we submitted a USB drive containing many documents, including all of the policies necessary to maintain licensure and accreditation, the facility and provider insurance certificates, Burton Ash's insurance certificates, staffing and opening plans, internal billing processes, clinical operational, some examples of the negotiated commercial contracts, proof of accreditation, and that list of key performance indicators, which I think was part of the normal packet. And that's just some of the documents. I do not envy the work that Sarah has and her team has in front of her, getting through the huge volumes of work that these folks have been working on. So Thank you again for this opportunity for us to be able to update you. Thank you for your grace and patience, not only tonight, but in the months preceding tonight. And we are happy to stand for any additional questions.
Thank you, Patrick. I'll open it up to my fellow commissioners if you have any additional questions for Patrick at this time.
So, first, Nancy, thank you. I appreciate your statement, and I know there's been a lot of tough conversations that have been had, and I really appreciate all the work that's been done by BHP and that self-reflection, and thank you for that. I'm very grateful for that. Patrick, I'm interested to hear from you. One of the things that was attractive to me when we talked about creating BHP was having members of the community involved in this discussion on the best way that the TRC can serve Douglas County. Bert Nash has its own board. This is a sort of a unique partnership still, even without BHP. I mean, LMH is still involved, DECA is still involved. So, there's a lot. How are you envisioning sort of getting feedback from the community? Because personally, I don't think, people obviously can come to the county commission and do that, but we don't have those same partners around the table all the time. Have you put any thought into that? I know this is really new news.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. And you're absolutely right. This entire process, whether, we started with the BHLC and started pulling folks together and having conversations that eventually led to this work and the idea of BHP and stuff. Yeah, irrespective of that, the relationships today are significantly different than they were 4 years ago. We sit and we have regular conversations. We work through challenges. We partner on many, many things. So I would say our relationships are incredibly strong and our commitments are strong. And absolutely, LMH is a critical component to the success of the TRC. Again, irrespective of the mechanism that we were trying to do it through. The partnership is incredibly strong. And I think that's something I continue to hear from folks is, my gosh, Bert Nash and LMH are doing so many good things. They're talking together. They can sit in the room and work things through. And this is just one of many things we are working on. So in that regard, in terms of feedback, clearly that's important to us. And you will see if you go on Bert Nash's website and link over to our strategic plan, we are very transparent and very open to feedback. We conduct regular listening sessions. Emily is setting up many listening sessions for our community to come in and provide us feedback. Of course, we have satisfaction surveys, both for consumers and our partner agencies. And we are continuing to evolve that. We want that feedback because we know that without feedback, we don't know what's going on. We don't know what we're not doing well, and we need to do better. So we are increasing the amount of feedback opportunities available to us. And I think in front of us is an opportunity to rethink about how we reconstitute or change the BHLC towards making that a more robust and effective mechanism for some oversight, probably similar to the CJCC.
Thanks.
The volume and detail of information that we've gotten tonight is so fabulous. And so I'm grateful for that. It will take us some time to dig through the additional information that's been provided, but we haven't had, that's been given to staff that we don't have access to yet. It's been mentioned about the length of this hearing and meeting, and I would ask you questions all night long to get this kind of information, not only to us, because so much of this is brand new information. No matter how long we've been asking the questions, this is the first time we've had answers to these. but also to get that back out in the community and that transparency that's been asked for in the community. And there's high value in this. So many of these things have been evolving outside of anybody's control. But a lot of things are evolving also kind of perhaps through this shift from VHP to Bert Nash, that's going to take some time to evaluate what the next set of questions might be. But having some clarity and having access to the staff to understand what work has been done is very valuable to me.
Yeah, thank you for that. That reminds me, and I don't want it to be at all appear that all this change has happened since some decision has been made. Kyle Kessler from our association always jokes, an overnight success after 5 years. This team has done an incredible amount of work, and county has pushed us hard recently to say, get this stuff to us, and we have listened and they have listened. So they've been working at this, and we just finally were able to pull it together and submit it. It isn't some magical thing that we did. I would never want to make it sound like this team didn't. They were doing an incredible amount of work. We just had to get out of their way and allow them to do it. And that's what they did, improve it.
And I agree. I didn't mean to say that
Yeah,
the
yeah.
work had only just recently begun, but that we only recently had access
I
to
knew
it.
you didn't. I knew you
Okay.
didn't. I want to be very
That's
clear
good.
for everyone else.
So I really appreciate this information, and the depth of conversation we've been able to have tonight is really welcome. And the last time we were together with you all in this, well, not this room, in fact, the Judicial and Law Enforcement Center on November 9th, when we were still across the lawn, you know, we didn't, that presentation and discussion was primarily heard from our staff. So I really appreciate that we have a much more information than we had before. At that meeting on November 9th, I'm the one who brought up the elephant in the room, and so I'm going to do that again and ask about connections, because that is part of the public conversation. People are asking us to, I've had a lot of conversations with people exploring, wanting to understand who Connections is and what the relationship and contract has been between the county and them as a consultant, as excuse me, as well as how their that consulting agreement has included and been primarily focused on the ability for Connections to work with BHP, LMH, Bert Nash leadership in sort of the development up until this point. So I just want, for the sake of public transparency and how that is a part of the conversation that people are asking us questions about, asking me questions about anyway, that we don't ignore that and just address how, what kind of conversations, if any, what has consultation looked like with Connection in recent months? And are there any plans to have continued conversation with county staff and Connections, who is still under contract to be our consultant, about this change in path forward and what the possibilities might be?
The staff would be best able to address maybe some of their current interactions or the work that they do with the Connections team in the kind of the day-to-day stuff. I think it's really challenging for me to say what it will look like, because I've not communicated with Connections. It's not for quite some time in terms of what their role might want to be moving forward versus not. We actually do have a call with them on Friday to try to figure that out, because what I understood they wanted to do the last time we interacted with is different than what I'm hearing they may have said to others. And so it's just, we need to get to the table and have that conversation and understand what it is they want to do and what is it they don't want to do. I think the other thing to determine is what is the value and purpose of an ongoing consultant. I believe there's a value for an ongoing consultant to evaluate and help us finish this project. And I'm not talking like 2 days after open, I'm talking a long-term, 12-month, 18-month ongoing evaluative kind of agreement with an entity that can truly act in an independent manner in how effectively we are spending taxpayer dollars and how we are doing an excellent job of caring for individuals. So I welcome that. I just want to make sure that we have clarity about what the role is, what the purpose is, and what the value is for that. I hope that answers your
I
question.
appreciate that. Clarity is good. And I just wanted to be, I know I sort of put you on the spot with that question, Patrick. I hope that I also warned you in our previous conversation that that's part of the conversation for me. And to understand what those conversations are or aren't taking place if they're not. And to know whether or not there has been a coming to the table to discuss and clarify what possibilities there are or ideas and perspectives about what could be or what could not be possible. So I just want to make sure that we continue to talk about that and not remove them from the equation because they have been a partner to us in this work from the beginning. And so to ignore the, discussing them completely for me is just not acceptable. So that's just my commitment to bring up that question, even in a presentation that is from Bert Nash. In a, discussion about the transition away from BHP into Bert
Sure.
Nash.
And I guess one of the things is I don't have a copy of their contract. I don't know what it says. I don't know what their expectations are. So it might be valuable for me, if I can get a copy of it, to be able to understand what they're doing now and what might be possible. Because honestly, I've not seen that. Or if I did, it's been a long time ago. Certainly.
You can absolutely have a copy of that. I feel quite confident. And if you don't already have it, but I know that that's a public document and has been requested by members of the public recently in the newspaper. So it is a public document.
And as to your unfair question, or however you said, there are no unfair questions. So.
Any further questions from commissioners before we open this up for public comment? Go ahead, Commissioner Lee.
There was talk about hearing from staff about interactions that have been with Connections so far, or the value of being able to communicate with people who are doing similar work, since there's nobody in the state of Kansas that takes these high acuity patients in a humane way that we're looking to do. Is that right?
Your question was really broad. It covered a lot of things, to be honest with you. To say that there aren't other places in Kansas taking on the high acuity clients would be inaccurate, and I would not want to offend any of my mental health partners out there in the world who are doing incredible work every day, taking care of our citizens.
Thank you.
Yes, so and I know that was not your intent. So in terms of the ongoing interaction, as I understood it, our primary contact with Connections was Dr. Williamson, and he was meeting with Dr. Thompson for quite a period of time. I do not know whether that has continued. I'm looking to staff to nod their head or no. So I think that's something we need to figure out, is what role we need that to happen with that transition of Dr. Thompson away, and how does that transition to staff, and what is the purpose, the intent, the value, and how do we make sure that the quality clinical care component continues. So again, we are, you heard my list. We are not opposed to consultants. We hire them all the time. We know we are not the experts in everything. We know when we need some help and when there's value to that. And so we're absolutely interested in having the conversation. And that's why we presented yet another potential consultant and evaluator of the success of the program.
Thank you.
So since we've opened the gates on elephants, let's talk about executive director. And is that still something that the group is seeking? I mean, one of the things I'm trying to figure out is who is now leading this, who has the authority, who, staff, fantastic work. I do appreciate that, but also who is ultimately responsible for the TRC's function.
If you agree to this shift, it's me. You get to call me up here when you're unhappy, or when you're happy. When you're happy, let's bring them. When you're unhappy, it needs to be me standing here or sitting in Sarah's office with her and I having difficult conversations, which we are not afraid to do. We do them. They're not fun. We don't love it, but we always walk away understanding each other or at least appreciating each other's perspective and the tasks that we need to do moving forward to improve it. So ultimately, the responsibility would land on my shoulders, but thank goodness there's an incredible team that will do amazing work where hopefully I never have to show up here because we're in trouble. But if we do, I'm going to step up here gladly.
That lead to any further questions at this time for Patrick? Or anybody else in the TRC team that have been hanging out with us all night? Thank you. We hope you fed yourselves before you came. Okay, well, we'll go ahead and open this up for public comment. Any,
Here we go.
here we go. I like a line.
My name is Bill Simons. I'm a consumer of mental health services and I've had a long-term mental illness since I was over half century. I've been deeply involved as a client or patient at LMH and at Burt Nash and other facilities. And I hope I may go over my time limit if I'm allowed, but I think you need to hear from people like me, and I don't think you've heard enough. People who have gone through my experience will only occasionally be served by this crisis center. Now, I'm not a patient who has been violent. I'm not a patient who's been out singing songs to the street light in the middle of the night. But I have a serious mental illness. I was hospitalized in 1965 at the age of 23 at Peak State Hospital, which no longer exists. I've probably been hospitalized at least 40 times since then, none in the last 15 years, thank God. Old age has its advantages, I think. But you must understand that there is a percentage, I don't know what it is, but it's a significant minority percentage of people like with mental illnesses who are like me. A family member finally, after 20 years, asked the psychiatric community that was treating me, will this person get better? Will he get well? The answer was, we think there's an 80% chance he'll get better, but less than a 50% chance that he'll get well. And they were right. I got better. I never got well. I went on Social Security disability at the age of 42. I had responsible jobs. I was the director of the Lawrence Housing Authority that brought Section 8 to this community in 1979. I was the first full-time director. I'm not paying any attention to you, Sarah. They're going to have to tell me no. I was the first full-time director of the Ballard Community Center in North Lawrence in the 1960s. After my experience at the state hospital, I was scared, so I self-medicated with alcohol untreated for 20 years while I was holding these jobs and others of equal responsibility until I realized that I could not handle the alcohol anymore, and I stopped and I completely fell apart mentally. What happened to me? I wound up on the psych unit at Lawrence Memorial Hospital, which no longer exists, and I stayed 40 days there with Dr. Hassell and the other staff. The reason I point this out, there are a lot of people like me. That if the crisis center had been there, I might have gone there, but a 72-hour stay wouldn't have helped me. When I went to that state hospital in 1965, you know, there were over 5,000 psychiatric beds, private and public, in the state of Kansas. Try to find out how many there are today, not anywhere near that, even though our population is bigger. So the people who are mentally ill and homeless, the people who are mentally ill like me, but who get better but not well, we need in this state and in this somewhere, a place where somebody can stay more than 72 hours. And it's not a small number. And you're not ever going to address the homeless issue among the mentally ill until you address that. Now, I know that's not your role, Also,
I'm gonna ask you to wrap up your comments, please. I just want to give fair time to everybody.
well, the point is, I've had to listen to 2.5 hours of a pat me on the back routine here. And every time my community has a chance to speak, and many times it's only me that's come at some of these meetings, this is what's left. You've sat on your butt here, Bill, for 2.5 hours listening to this. Now, we want you in 3 to 5 minutes to tell us what you think. So I don't think that's fair. I think if whatever arrangements go forward, I think you would need a consumer review board to be involved, and not one picked by the agencies who are running it. I have been very active in this community on mental health advocacy. I have seen significant turf wars between LMH and Burton Ash. I don't know what's brought about all this that happened today. It's been kind of like out of left field to me. But I think I would recommend that you visit with some of the staff that left Burton Ash in the last 10 years and why they left. I suggest that you visit with Bob Triansky about some of the people he recommended to be on the BHP board didn't wind up there that were consumers.
Thank you for your comments. I want to encourage you to please stay in touch with us. I do want to hear more of what you have to say, but I want to.
Yeah, I know it's late and you don't really want to hear, or you'd hear. You'd make a way for us to be heard.
I understand your frustration.
Heard.
We do welcome the feedback.
Oh.
We hold pretty close to our public comment limits for fairness. So thank
Oh,
you
yeah, I
for
know.
joining us.
Yeah, well, maybe you ought to put a limit on the people who sit up here and give you the bullshit. Okay?
Duly noted. Is there anybody else here who would like to provide public comment on this item?
Good evening. My name is Gene Dorsey. I live at 2038 Emerald Drive in Lawrence. The comments I am expressing tonight reflect my personal views and experiences and not the opinions of any groups I may be associated with. And there's a few here tonight that I am associated with. While my family does not currently need the crisis center, other families in Douglas County do. My son Todd, age 39, could have used the crisis center in early October and November when he was psychotic and manic. And at that time, the police were called to his house, and the Lawrence Police current procedure is not to escalate. So if they ask Todd, "Are you okay?" He says, "Yes," that's the end of it. Nothing else happens. Several times they talked to him through the bedroom window and he would say, "No, I'm okay, go away." And they'd say, "Okay, goodbye." He passed away in his sleep on November 29th of heart failure. Regardless of what the death certificate says, the cause of his death was bipolar schizoaffective disorder. My son was averse to going to the hospital after April 2021, when a for-profit mental health hospital let him lay in bed for 2 weeks with a broken neck. He begged to have an x-ray. They wouldn't give him an x-ray. He had insurance, so money wasn't the issue. They simply didn't want to help him. So after that, he thought hospitals were not a good place to go. But he would have gone to the TRC if it had been open. Everyone I've met who works at Burton Ash works there because of a personal passion. And I can guarantee you, even though we recently gave them an increase in money, it's still not for the money. They have a passion for the work. I believe Burton Ash should run the TRC as envisioned in the bond issue issued over 4 years ago. My family has been supported by Burton Ash. They guided Todd, and they certainly provided me a safe place as father. But Todd needed the crisis center and others need it too. I can appreciate that politically you don't want to be backed into a corner But for the sake of families who are struggling tonight, like I did 2 months ago and 1 month ago, I implore you to stop finding reasons to not open the TRC and set a date and work towards that date. Direct staff tonight, not a month from now, not 2 months from now, to finalize an operating and a lease agreement with Burt Nash and get the doors open. You will save lives. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dr. Ashley Bloom. I'm a family physician with East Heights Family Care. I'm also married to an emergency room nurse. So as I'm sure you can imagine, our conversations are pretty interesting about the patients and the community that we care for. At this point, as I'm here speaking on behalf of healthcare workers in our community, because we've moved from the COVID pandemic into a triple epidemic. We're treating people as we see flu rampant through our community, RSV, and still COVID. Our medical system is reaching capacity to the point where we need a pressure release valve, and this is that for us. When I'm sitting here and I'm thinking about the patients that I take care of day in and day out, I'm working my tail off. I'm double booking folks to try and continue to provide that care for people. Just this week, I had a new patient who had been waiting for her appointment from me for 6 weeks. She moved to Lawrence 4 months ago. She had a lapse in her mental health medications. And if you've ever taken a medication, such as an SSRI, and stopped it suddenly, it's not good. The withdrawal side effects are terrible. And this is a patient who would have easily been served by the Access Center, or whatever we decide to call it, when she first arrived in our community. So I would like to echo Mr. Dorsey's statements and say, please, let's move forward. We have a plan here, and this is the outlet valve that our community needs, our healthcare workers need, and that it follows through on the promise that was made to Douglas County voters. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to provide public comment? Okay, seeing no other hands in the room, we'll double check if anybody online. Thank you, Sarah.
Rick, you're in the panel. If you can unmute yourself, you can provide public comment.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate the late hour and everybody's time and attention to the topic tonight. I have about a 3-minute statement. I'll go through it quickly, and I will provide a copy to members of the commission and to Sarah so that you can follow up on some of the details. But my name is Rick Kagan. I live here in Douglas County. Part of Justice Matters. Members of our organization have had meetings in the last few days with county officials, with connection staff, with Burt Nash staff and their board members, and behavioral health partners, board members. We're among many who feel urgency about the opening of the TRC. But there are important details about the clinical model for the TRC, which I did not see in the Burt Nash slides, which had been posted to the commission's website. I believe these are important details for the county to consider as you develop guidance for the operation of the TRC, regardless of what entity is authorized by the county to operate the center. One is the need for a full-time medical director. My understanding is that Burt Nash has proposed a 30% full-time position, and now this appears to be under discussion. So I hope that evolves in the way that we would like to see it. Secondly, a commitment to provide for 72-hour involuntary holds for patients who meet criteria. Your discussion tonight has been helpful on this. A commitment to guarantee access for all patients who present at the TRC, including all patients who were brought to the TRC from EMS and law enforcement. And you've had extensive discussion about this tonight. I think this is critically important. And then details for how the TRC operator will deliver medically assisted detox services. So as I've listened to the presentation and discussion, I have some questions. Is Burt Nash proposing that the TRC be absorbed by Bert Nash. Is Bert Nash proposing that they and LMH should receive a no bid contract to operate this critical component of our emergency services? So I see Sarah flashing the 1 minute sign to me. And that's unfortunate because I have a number of other questions and I will submit those. But let me jump to the concluding part of my statement. You know, there've been a lot of fragmented discussions. Not all the stakeholders have been in the room at the same time. And to that end, we're urging the county to consider hosting a public meeting as early in January as possible to update the public about how the county will be proceeding with the TRC opening, including the parameters for operating the facility. There's much more in my written comments. I'm sorry that I'm not allowed to proceed further, but I will get these written comments to Sarah and to members of the commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. We appreciate that follow-up correspondence. Anybody else online? Okay.
We're gonna move Sherilyn Wells into the panel. Sherilyn, you're in the panel. If you want to unmute yourself, you can provide a comment.
I agree with Bill Simons that I think there should be a consumer review board that has some real serious input, not only initially, but as we go along. I'd like to say, I guess one of my passions or concerns for many years is I feel like many of the people, if not most of the people that have died homeless here have actually been mentally ill, either had severe and persistent mental illness, serious mental illness, or co-occurring disorder. We used to have a very, very active consumer group outside of the mental health system. And there were problems. And part of the reason I feel like part of it was my failure, but that we failed is that we did not have a higher level of care to which we could send people. And the only option that we had for people that were dual diagnosed that showed up our door, we were given pressure from the state to turn people away. And some of those people died. And we went around begging and pleading, where can these people go that the state does not want us to let in? And it was a very painful thing that happened. And I was told by Bert Nash, if somebody relapsed, I was to show them the door at that time. And that is exactly what happened. And I did that. After we closed our little transitional homeless program, 5 people that had come there or stayed there died within a fairly short period of time after that. And I do have some personal sense of betrayal and also guilt about what happened with that. Thank you. I would like to send someone some kind of serious comment that I have about some things that I've experienced or I see going on. The desperation of some of our homeless mentally ill is so profound. I am also concerned if you're going to start talking about tying people up and forced medication against their will, I hope that you do not do this very frequently. That is something that a lot of people feel is a violation, and after you do that to them, they don't want to come back. Thank you. And I want to congratulate you on the work that you have done so far. I hope that you take what Bill and I say seriously about having a consumer review board, because I think you need it.
Thank you, Sherilyn.
We don't have any other hands raised online.
Okay, thank you. I'll just double check, since there's been a lot of folks waiting in the room tonight. Is there anybody else who wishes to provide public comment at this time? Okay, we will close public comment and bring this back for any final or finishing thoughts for this evening at this time, or clarifying questions if commissioners have any.
I know that Rick Kagan was going to submit some written testimony that we could follow up with. Is that, do you have that already, or is that coming? Okay. And I would like to find out how to make contact with Mr. Simons again, if we can connect before the meeting is over. That's all.
I just want to say, I think that we have some more conversation to have. This is the first time that we've received a lot of information after not a lot of information necessarily being shared or developed in recent months. And so there's some stuff here for us to digest. I think I'm grateful to hear that there's a conversation plan between Bert Nash and the county and Connections to discuss what those options and roles might look like going forward. And I think that that will inform more of our conversation. So I agree with much of the public comment that we've heard tonight and in conversations I've had with people that moving towards an operating agreement and negotiating that with the county and an operator is a critical priority for the county. And I believe that we are on the cusp of that. I don't think that that's action for us to take this evening. In my purview, in my perspective, I should say, I believe that some information about how those conversations continue with both Bert Nash and Connections helps inform that choice. So I just want to be very clear in my perspective and request of staff to not close any doors, so to speak, to take the next few weeks to be able to digest all of the information that we just received, to have those further conversations and to come back to us with some update about what things have changed or evolved from that time. And so that's where I'm at right now.
Just a couple of comments. First, I want to thank staff at the TRC and Patrick and Stephen for joining us tonight. That was a long presentation and I really appreciate all the information. I want to thank those members of the BHP board who are here tonight. I know you have worked very hard and I know that we've had some tough conversations, and unfortunately some of those conversations have been public conversations. And I recognize that, and I'm sorry that that's the way that happened. There are still things in what I heard tonight that are concerning to me. And it doesn't mean that we can't resolve those concerns, but I think that as we continue to digest this information, as we take all of this in, I think we have to ask ourselves what our expectations are for this facility and what we can put in place to get to our expectations. I heard a staff that wants to treat every patient that comes there, no matter what the acuity is, and yet they don't think they're ready to do it yet. And I understand that. I know that the goal is to be open 24/7, 365, and we've got to do a better way of communicating that with our public. I hear that we want a full-time medical director, and I think that's something we've got to work towards. That's what Stephen said was in the budget. And so I think those, and then that law enforcement EMT training. So I just offer those as sort of benchmarks possibly for us to establish and figure out how we get there. The other thing I'll say is I take Mr. Simon's comments very seriously, and I appreciate Patrick's discussion of how, if BHP is stepping aside, how we establish something in our community that welcomes public input and that helps our public sort of articulate to our providers across this community. Let's not pretend that every nonprofit service here in this community is perfect. And we have to give a way of giving feedback and setting expectations for how it can get better. Because quite honestly, this county funds a lot of it. And so I think there's more work to be done there and appreciate that. And then the last thing I would say is that we've got to figure out a way that we can evaluate ourselves without beating each other up. we've got to come up with a better solution for this. And that's really the way this has been on both sides. We haven't shown our best side of this, that we have to figure out a way to either engage with someone who we both agree can act as a third party to evaluate the work that we're doing. Because sometimes as a community, we're our own worst enemies. And I have to say this whole process, I'm a bit ashamed how it went. And I really wish it had gone better. I don't know that we're there yet. I still think we have work to do, but tonight, to me at least, we got a lot of the information that we've been missing, and I'm appreciative of that. We still have to go over it. That doesn't mean it's great information, right? All we have is a flash drive, let's be honest here. But I do recognize that there was a response to some concerns that were raised. We should have raised them better, whatever you want to say, but I appreciate that response, and I look forward to working through that document and continuing to figure out how we move forward.
I would say of all the discussions that I've been in on relative to the TRC, this is the most hopeful by far that we have had. And I just thank you for all the information you've brought to us and your patience with letting me ask you question after question. And I'm not done. I'll get to read the flash drive and the budget, and I'll have more questions, but I just really appreciate that we're starting to kind of see some light in the process, and I thank you for bringing that.
And I'll just make one final comment. I agree wholeheartedly with Commissioner Kelly and Commissioner Billy that I do wish to hear more from you, Mr. Simons, and more from consumers and folks with lived experience. That is a part of the discussion that we've had before at our November 9th meeting. The last time we had a discussion about the Treatment and Recovery Center, part of that discussion was the lack of lived experience that is currently represented or sort of planned for on the BHP board at that time. And that is something that especially as these services come online, both at the TRC and across the crisis continuum of care, our mobile response team, 988, all of those things, we do need a community-wide consumer-driven group to assess that, I believe. And those are conversations that I expect us to continue having and figure out how, what does that evolution of community-wide input and really leading the conversation and making sure that we are getting the feedback from folks who are experiencing the services. So I do appreciate you sticking with us this evening through that presentation and bringing up those comments, and hope to talk more with you in the future. It has been a long evening, so I appreciate that everybody has sat through this with us. There has been a lot of public desire to understand better what has been going on. And I think, you know, to Commissioner Kelly's point, that is a piece that we can own here at the County Commission. I believe that we did not bring this conversation to those difficult discussions with our community partners about our concerns, about the worries we had about readiness and the path that community partners were on, that we didn't bring that to a county commission meeting right away. We had those conversations between executive leadership, you know, staff of those agencies. And I think that is I think that that's okay. And that's how a lot of things go. And there was a desire to work through some of those difficult conversations and potential worry about how things were progressing or not progressing, and figure out how to come to a path together to then speak to the public about that. So I share some regret about how this topic has sort of transpired publicly in the way that it's been framed. And I think that there's some good reflection for all of us, all the partners in this work on that, and maybe some lessons learned. But I appreciate the evolution of the conversation, and that we've tonight was some progress. So I appreciate that. Any final thoughts before we close our regular agenda and move on to the Thank you. We do have one more agenda item. I'm so sorry. Well, everybody else can leave, but we must stay.
Commissioners, Lori Alvarado with DECA is here, and Bob Tryansky, our Director of Behavioral Health Projects, will get moved into the panel. So Appreciate everyone allowing us to continue with our agenda as you quietly exit the room. Thank you. Lori, go ahead.
Is Bob starting or am I?
Why don't you go ahead and get
Okay,
started?
awesome.
Yeah.
Lori Alvarado, CEO with DECA. I would like to point out.
Lori,
echo
can
congestion
I-
in the room.
I'm sorry.
Can I tee this up first, Lori?
Okay, go ahead, Bob.
I just want to say one thing before we do that, and I want to speak to the commission as your staff and as a community member. I'm not going to make a speech, but I do want to ask my bosses as well as the leadership that's been here tonight to do more than we did in 9 minutes in relationship to the 3.5 hours of presentation that we heard tonight. To hear from people who don't just work in the system, but people who work in the system and live with the illness that people describe. There is a huge gap in this conversation for the people with lived experience, and you will not fill that gap because so many of us are ashamed and afraid to come to a microphone and to express our feelings, our experience, and what we've experienced in this community for decades. This is an incredibly important moment. This is an incredibly difficult moment. And we need to move forward from this moment fully welcoming in the lived experience voice. The lived experience voice is all around us. It is not just about putting a seat at the table for conversations on a board. It's about inviting the lived experience voice in throughout this process. And it is continually shut out of this process by privileged leadership who does not want to hear it. I apologize. It's not a good place for a staff person at this late hour to say something like that, but you need to hear it from the bottom of my heart, not as staff, but as a person who lives in this community, has spent 3.5 hours on this meeting and watched the way this meeting ends. We need to do better. And I'm committed to helping in any way to make this process more fair, more open, more transparent, and more honest. Because there's a fundamental lack of honesty about what is going on here. And we all need to do better. So let's roll up our sleeves and solve these problems. I'm very excited and grateful that we've got the time tonight for one of our partners who has been leading this work to address the needs of people with substance use disorders, to make sure that people who are in a behavioral health crisis with need for social detox services get the help they need. And they're proposing tonight to do something very simple, which is to extend their contract so that we can continue to provide the peer-led social detox access that DECA has provided for 4 years with tremendous success and impact. That project has served people who show up in the emergency department in the midst of a behavioral health crisis linked to substance use. Peers intervene. They facilitate getting somebody outside of our community because we don't have the social detox beds available. If they don't have a payer source, the county makes sure that that happens. And since we've been doing this project, when peers intervene and are referred from the emergency department and from Heartland Clinic, 68 to 73% of the people accept the referral, and more than 70% of the people complete 3 days of social detox. This is a program that works, that's been put in place since before the TRC came in line. Our partners have worked tirelessly to make it work, and we cannot afford to have this service go offline. So the memo outlines, and again, I apologize for my state of emotion at this moment, but the proposal outlines a very simple thing, which is to take dollars that are not being used to operate the TRC and to extend this project for another 6 months so that we ensure that people, wherever they are, can access detox services. And in fact, we'll expand this a little bit so that you don't have to go to the TRC or to the emergency room to get the help you need. With that, I will turn it over to Lori, who will more eloquently and in a more relaxed fashion tell us exactly how we get from A to B, because DECA has been, again, just one of our true reliable partners.
Thank you, Bob. I'm Lori Alvarado, CEO of DECA, and I appreciate your positiveness at 11 o'clock at night that you think I will be coherent. So awesome. I do want to acknowledge some of my staff who have also stayed the full time. So Kalia Evans is our newly hired Chief Behavioral Health Officer at DECA. Ed Lobdell is our Substance Abuse Director for Douglas County. And sitting beside him is our newly hired Peer Support Supervisor, DECA's first ever supervisor, Chastity Schaefer, who is also one of our first ever peers with lived experience and is one of the reasons why the project has had such great success. So I would be remiss if I don't say they are the ones that do all the work. So Bob talked a little bit about our data. We are proud that we have been able to engage 70% of the people who present who need social detox into social detox and have them complete detox. Even another stat that I think is even better than that is we've been able to engage 70% of those to go ahead and engage in treatment so that hopefully we are moving them further along to health. Those statistics represent almost double the national averages. So we are very proud of that data. We set the stage, I believe, for peer work in the county. We've had peers in the ER now. For 4 years, we have peers in behavioral health, peers in drug court. Very shortly, we'll have a peer in the jail. Peer work is something that we value, and that lived experience piece is so critically important to our success. And we've embraced it. And it is just part of our blood. So you've heard a little bit about the project. I think the memo outlines the amount not to exceed $150,000 for the next 6 months to continue work in the ER. Also to continue, we already take referrals on this project from Heartland Clinic, but we are proposing that in this next 6-month period of time, we actually expand into other partners who call us regularly for detox services, but this project has been very limited to the ER. So we we're not able to help as many people that call us because these funds have been pretty restricted to people who come through the emergency room. Far more people in our community need detox, and we're seeing that more and more and more. So that I'm going to stop and just say, what questions do you have? Because I know I stand between you and sleep. So please let us know how we can give you some information.
Thank you, Lori. I appreciate that. And I'm sorry for forgetting that we had one more agenda item in front of us before.
That's okay. I just did not.
Thanks
want
for
to-
sticking with us. I just didn't have it right in front of me. So appreciate your grace. I don't have any questions. Do other commissioners have clarifying questions?
Very supportive of the work. Thank you for this. Any questions that I might have, I can certainly ask you in another time. I am very much in support of the project.
Thank you.
Okay, with no questions, we'll go ahead and open this item up for public comment. Does anybody here wish to provide public comment? Okay, has anybody raised their hand online? All right, thank you, Sarah. Close public comment, bring this back for further comments. I agree wholeheartedly with Commissioner Willie. I'm in full support of this. I think that DECA's peer work and the growth of access to social detox has had impact, and I really I expect that impact to grow. And so happy for the opportunity to figure out how to make sure that this service does not stop abruptly while we were in this phase of evolution with the TRC in particular and its services.
I'm supportive, and I'm sorry I had to be here so late. I'm supportive. I'm sorry you had to be here so late. Thanks for sticking with us. Appreciate
Well, we're a partner in the other project too, so you know that we were listening with that as well.
With that, I'll be happy to make a motion to extend funding for the DECA Social Detox Program project through June of 2023 at a cost not to exceed $153,000.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you again. Thanks, Lori and team. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
We'll talk to you again soon. Thank you, Bob. Okay, now that is the true end of our regular agenda. Thank you for your grace with me this evening, everybody. Any appointments that are in dire need of discussion at this time?
It's real late, but this is our last meeting of the year, but we will be back in 2 weeks. So, and theoretically, I guess we could make an appointment next week if we need to. So
You just sent us, Sarah, some community corrections.
just
and youth
one, there's
services.
one reappointment on community corrections. And then I sent you Senior Resource Center a while back. That is eligible for reappointment. And then we also need to discuss Planning Commission, but it is late, but I can try to elevate those three and we can try to make them next week if commissioners can help me remember that.
I will say this, just so we can get some of these done. Quentin Riles is up for reappointment for Community Connections Board. It's a reappointment. I know Dr. Riles very well. He's the principal at West Middle School. He's just an excellent human. And I'm happy to make a motion to reappoint him to the Community Corrections Board.
I'm happy to second that.
I know him well and agree.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Great, thank you. Do we want to?
I can try to
Talk
dig up
about
the
them.
senior service.
Senior
Okay, yeah,
Resource
that,
Center
thank
is
you for
Mary
the reminder of
Kirkendall.
that. That fell off my
I would,
flagged list.
I would move that we reappoint Mary Kirkendall to the Senior Resource Board.
I need you to be I can barely hear you. I don't know if you're on or not. So if I can barely hear you,
I
all
think
right.
I'm.
You're
Okay.
good. I'll make the motion to appoint Mary Kirkendall to the Senior Services Board.
Happy to second that. All those in favor? Aye.
There you go.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
We can wait and talk about planning later.
Okay. Anything to highlight for us in the
Nope.
memo?
My memo's in the packet.
Okay, got it. Anything else for the good of the order, commissioners? All right, everybody, we are adjourned.
Thank you.